This workshop is entitled Cosmos as Myth and Human Possibility. And I want to welcome all of you as participants, both here and in the tape audience listening. We're going to work in three sections today and tomorrow. The first part, we're going to be looking first at the study of myth and its relevance, and trying to get some sense about the varieties of approach to mythology, and I'm going to characterize the points of view that I'm not going to represent, and try to give you a sense of the kind of attitudes toward myth and the kind of tradition and interpretation of myth that I think is valuable for us in our project together, and that is valuable for us to carry forward together beyond this workshop. And then hopefully we'll keep that down. We've got about 2 hours this morning. And in the rest of the morning, we'll be looking at the specific mythology of cosmos in human history. And to focus that, I will be presenting myself around Mircea Eliade's work on mythology and the mythology of cosmos. And then I'll try to keep that as brief as possible so that then we can share together from your own studies of images of cosmos and the mythical or spiritual traditions that you're familiar with. And we will be trying to get in images and themes from the studies that we've all journeyed upon. And that should get us to lunch and give you a lot to reflect on at lunchtime. After lunch, when we come back and get started right at 2 o'clock, we will be turning to Jungian psychology in understanding this particular mythic motif. And we'll start with Jung's work, and I will want to differentiate Jung's work from some of the other traditions of interpretation on this. And then we will be focusing in on the particular understanding of this image and the way I understand that it takes its place in psychological geography and its particular role. And I will be emphasizing in particular the relationship between cosmos and selfhood. Cosmos and the development of a cohesive, empowered, what Carl Rogers years ago would have called a fully functioning self. And what I hope that we will see before the end of the day today is that, in contrast to some of the people that present themselves as experts on myth today, mythology is full of riches and understanding our potential as a species, our psychological and spiritual potential as a species. And it's nowhere more clear than in this particular kind of mythology. So I hope that by the end of the day today, you will be able to have at least a feel, by letting your right brain scan these images, and letting your left brain work a lot with all this meta-theoretical stuff that I'm going to be presenting, and then moving into clinical stuff this afternoon. But so today's schedule is full of looking at the mythic image and then trying to get serious about a psychology of this. And I want us to save tomorrow from 10 to 1 for us to shift gears from the inner work kind of perspective and to look at this as an image for what is possible for us as a species in the context of our public responsibilities and the ecological challenges we face and the political challenges we face and the what is very probably the greatest problem of all is that when people start facing the size of the dragon, the cynicism and nihilism which almost immediately follows, and the loss of energy and loss of will which follows. I mean, it's one thing to get into denial about evil and maintain your energy, but it's quite another thing to face the size of the crisis which we face on so many fronts and still maintain your energy, direction, and commitment toward establishing the reality that is imaged in these mythic images. So we'll have an overnight to be reflecting, and we'll think together before we stop today about some questions that we should address tomorrow. And I'll be looking forward to hearing your input. So let me, if that's all right with you, then let's jump in, and I will go through this that's on the board as rapidly as I can to save us some time for some sharing. Let me just begin by saying that being persons interested in Jungian approaches to mythology, that this puts you in a kind of a small minority of persons, although it's quite clear that a lot of people are gaining an interest in this as the obvious bankruptcy of many other points of view becomes more and more evident. Still, people that are, first of all, really capable of valuing Jung's work on the one hand, and secondly, really realizing that there may be something in ancient wisdom that is worth our mining today. The commitment to those two ideas puts you in a unfortunately rather small minority. And let me just say, for those of you that are not familiar with academic trends about these topics, let me just, for a moment, talk about them. Under the title, The Trivialization of Myth, the unfortunate thing is, it's a matter of consumerism and intellectual things. The unfortunate thing is there are a lot of people with big credentials, degrees from very impressive places, who use their intellects, in fact, to destroy mythology, or at the very least to make it so trivial in significance that only the most pedantic of specialists in special careers in certain forms of Asian studies or comparative religions or something would be interested in it. Let me give you an example of this. I mean, if you look at the bibliographies provided in the American Academy of Religion meetings, you will find many sections of discussions on mythology. And what these usually are discussions of different theories of interpretation of mythology. And there's an enormous spectrum of these things, and the trends today is toward emphasizing how these mythologies are simply specific to particular tribal, regional locations. It is not at all politically or intellectually acceptable today to talk about the ways in which human mythology may reflect common human themes that are consistent across the species. In fact, the amazing thing today is that it is not politically or intellectually correct in even the most prestigious academic circles to talk about the human species as a species. The emphasis in the so-called postmodern movements and the so-called deconstructionist movements is to so radically atomize and tribalize particular mythic traditions that you never can emphasize what I want to emphasize, that is, mythology as human animal behavior. That is, I am on the other end of the stick from the dominant academic point of view. And let me say that a fellow Hyde Parker, Wendy Doniger, probably represents the other end of the stick from me. And while she's been superficially associated with Jungians and in conferences with Joseph Campbell, that is a totally a misleading association. Wendy Doniger is a prime example of the kind of trivialization of human mythology that I think is really abysmal. And I want to say that if you read her work, she's a very smart person. But here's one of the things we need to get clear. Being smart does not mean that one is valuing a lot of the meaning that is in a particular tradition or area of study. Some of the smartest people in the world today are using their intelligence to destroy meaning. And so let me just say that not only are these people emphasizing that different racial groups, different ethnic groups have very little in common in their tribal meanings. They take people like Campbell, Joseph Campbell, and Mircea Eliade, and ridicule them. Why? Fundamentally because they emphasize the human continuity of the insights of human mythology. So you and I need to understand today what tradition my presentation and the context that I'm going to try to present stands in. What is the tradition that I stand in? And it is not of those today that are simply saying that all of these traditions are atomistic and tribal, and you really can't say that there's anything paralleling between an African tribal myth and a North European tribal myth or a South American tribal myth. See? So in other words, to focus this, you need to look at the recent attacks on Joseph Campbell that have come out. I mean, the amazing, incredible, what I conceive to be fundamentally envy attacks on Joseph Campbell to destroy any kind of appreciation for his enormous contribution to the study of mythology. Eliade is less well known in the culture as a whole, but he has got his enormous detractors as well. There's an amazing thing that they try to do to these men as well as Jung. Each of these men, from the great German anthropologist Adolf Bastian to Joseph Campbell to Carl Jung to Mircea Eliade, each of them emphasized the unity of the human species, the psychological and spiritual unity of the human species. And each of them have recently come under attack for having their thought allegedly serve tribal, fascist, neo-Nazi interest. To me, that is an amazing missing of the central point. These persons are the main tradition which emphasizes non-racist, human mythology. So, I mean, it's important for us to get that clear and on the table at the beginning, because I want publicly to associate myself with that tradition, believing that we human beings are the species which mythologizes. We all do it. And when we don't think we're doing it, we are doing it in the most archaic of ways. So, in other words, if we are not valuing and participating in communal mythologies, then we're probably possessed by a personal mythology. So anyway, that's a context. So I would like to just begin, though, in terms of our reflection on this, before I get into laying out Eliade's take on cosmos mythology. I would like to. Most of you have studied Campbell and his approach to mythology, and let me just before leaving Joseph Campbell, who I want to honor greatly his memory. Let's just ask you to say, what did Campbell believe was the reason we ought to be studying mythology together? Now, you probably saw the Power of Myth series on television, some of those things. Can you just lift up some of the basic ideas that Campbell felt was an impetus for us to study mythology? Anybody? Yes?
Not any one tradition had the bottom line.
Right. Not any one tradition had the bottom line or the sole truth. There's a sense in which we human beings bring with us a treasure in a mosaic, and each tribal perspective has a piece of that mosaic. So what else would you say about Campbell's particular?
Personal meaning of these myths, so that in terms of individual needs, quests, developments, it could be learned from.
She says that Campbell emphasized the personal meaning of the study of mythology, that it emphasized motifs and patterns of our individual human struggles that all of us participate in. And so, for example, when he was teaching about, if you saw that segment on sacrifice, there is a sense in which we all have to learn about sacrifice if we're to become fully mature human beings. And his assumption is that if people have been reflecting on this for thousands of years, they might have something intelligent to say about this. And so we can learn about our personal journeys from the study of mythology. Anything else you can add? Yes?
Well, related to what's been said, don't get stuck on the metaphor.
Yes. She says, don't get stuck on the metaphor, meaning that the truth, the spiritual or psychological truth that is being intuited by this human animal, using the radical complexity of its brain that has evolved, can express itself in many images. There are many different kind of images which can express very similar central truths. Now, this is, for those of you who haven't had the pleasure of studying recent interpretation theory, something like the work of Paul Ricoeur, then, I mean, you need to be aware that the movement in the philosophy of interpretation, hermeneutics, is to emphasize that symbols give rise to thought, and symbols are an invitation to get into deep reflection in which you can get past the symbol to other expressions of similar insight. And that any particular symbol has a surplus of meaning. We're going to be talking about a surplus of being a little bit later. And we ought to think about the relationship between the surplus of meaning and the surplus of being, because I think that's really deeply entwined in this. Anybody else have a thought about Campbell's contribution? Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that you know, each myth was an attempt to kind of get an idea as to what kind of a world we're living in?
Mm-hmm.
You know, what's going on here?
Right.
What are we doing here?
Right. That each myth, one of the things that Campbell was saying is that myths do provide a sort of a location for us. Where have we come from? What is the nature of the situation we're in? That's kind of what the spiritual traditions have called diagnostics or discernment. And paralleling that, an image of what's possible. You know, it's a lot of people today do a lot of work with psychopathology, but they don't bother to tell you what we might be like if we were healthy. So the myth, according to what you're saying, it gave an assessment of the present and the situation, but in terms of the mythology we're looking at today, it also imaged what healthy people might do together. Yes.
This is maybe reiterating something that's made clear in your work as well as in all that you said, but that when we read, or it seemed when Campbell spoke, and the energy of Campbell was of adding value to the human
Yes.
as a human, and that we were never alone.
Yes. He says that one of the main things that he sees in it was that it was Campbell's gift in his teaching about myth to do it in such a way that you could see the way that the study of mythology heightened our sense of our own significance and worth. Now that is really important, and I want you to just bracket that and hold that for the whole weekend, because that's related to the surplus of being and the surplus of meaning. It's related to, remind me if I don't come back to it this morning, automatically remind me somebody to bring up the way this relates to Gnosticism, because there is a Gnostic parallel to this about fullness, sense of fullness. So Campbell knew from his own studies and the effect of them on his life the role of myth in helping us to raise our sense of personal significance. Now, this is so important especially for what we're going to talk about tomorrow. Because here's the thing. If you don't feel extremely significant and important, you are not going to do any decisive work for the future of the planet, or for the future of your community, or the future of your city. One of the things that we see all over everywhere now is how immobilized people are. Now, you can be immobilized by a sense of your significance. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if you get kind of mainlining, shooting up with grandiosity, that can make you have insomnia, and you can be immobilized and have to drink a lot of booze or take a lot of dope to calm down. So that's another way of becoming immobilized. But there are a lot more people that get immobilized because of their lack of a sense of significance than get immobilized because they have too much a sense of their significance. So we're talking statistically here. So anyway, that's a good place for us to remember Joseph Campbell, because, when people say of Joseph Campbell that he was neither a gentleman nor a scholar, we have an old Southern saying, consider the source. And anybody that says that kind of thing about Joseph Campbell, I'm sorry. I mean, they deserve basic respect as a human being, but intellectually, I have absolutely no respect for them anymore after that point. Because he made probably the greatest contribution to our sense of human possibility and human future, and he gave us one of the most powerful invitations as a species to work together to imagine a post-tribal human future. So it's in that context and in his spirit that I hope we can reflect on these things for the rest of our time together. But let me shift now to Mircea Eliade, who was I love to say a fellow Hyde Parker, and I was fortunate enough to be able, back when I was young, to study with him at the University of Chicago. Unlike Campbell, Eliade, I don't think, was a great teacher in the sense of being a lecturer or that sort of thing. But what he did was he modeled such fantastic commitment to the significance of his topic that we all were so inspired by just his sheer seriousness of interest in studying world mythical traditions and world religions, that the sheer force of his excitement, enthusiasm about his topic overshadowed the fact that he didn't like to lecture. And he didn't really like to bother with students too much, He was a classic magician, in my view, I mean, just don't bother me with students. Let me get down to my text, But in any case, he, in my view, is probably one of the most neglected sources for us today. He left an enormous legacy, and I want to invite all of you in the years to come to start getting into Eliade's work and prepare yourself for the kind of careful cataloging of records about archaic traditional cultures that if you don't know what you're doing, you may get really bored really fast. But if you know what you're doing, you will maintain your interest. And if you approach Eliade as a resource for getting you back to our records of the ritual and mythic practices of what he called homo religiosus, religious human beings, then you won't get bored so easily, and you'll find his work, his many, many, many books, to be a tremendous resource. I think if somebody wants really to be a Jungian in a serious way today, they need to use Eliade as a real soul brother on the journey of studies, because he has done so much work that you and I don't have the time to do to collect this stuff, and he's presented it to us in a useful way. Look, for example, let me give you some references on important books for you to look at of Eliade's, just to get into it. You should read his book, The Sacred and the Profane. It's a good introduction to his understanding of the experience of pre-modern human beings. And he has many others. There is a 2-volume reader that you can probably get in the libraries. I'm trying to get reprinted now. I'm trying to get them to bring it back out. It's out of print, but it's called Myth, Rites, and Symbols. And it is just an edited compendium of his work. He edited a thing called From Primitives to Zen, and they've brought that out in another series, and all of those are available from the University of Chicago Press, and the Jung Institute bookstore can get you any of those works that you need. So, just to say that there's this enormous body of work. Most people don't touch it anymore, unfortunately. And one of my agendas for the wider Jungian community is for us to use Eliade to get us more deeply into a sense of the experience of tribal human beings as they looked at the sacred. So let me just leave you with that invitation. Now, let me just start for a moment with Eliade's general understanding of the importance of myth, and then we'll get into the specific emphasis on the concept of cosmos. Why don't I talk a little bit about the general understanding of myth in Eliade, and then we'll take a stretch break, and then we'll come back and focus on cosmos. Eliade believed that myth was an account of the human experience of the sacred in its purest forms. In other words, one of the things that Eliade believed is that the further you go in traditions, a lot of the time you get much farther away from the descriptions of the pure experience of the eruption of the sacred. So what I need to do is to give you a little bit of a sense of Eliade's description of the eruption of the sacred into human experience. That's what he tries to talk about in that book, The Sacred and the Profane. But what you got to get a feel for is that Eliade believed that for archaic tribal human beings, there was a clear distinction between ordinary experiencing and an experience of the sacred coming into their lives. that this encounter with the sacred was clear, that when it happened there wasn't any doubt about it, and that you have to understand this experience of the sacred and the what they call in academic circles the phenomenology of the sacred. You have to have a sense of that before you can get any sense of the understanding of myth. So there's a direct tie between understanding myth and the encounter with the sacred. So now I want you to hold this in your mind. This afternoon we're going to be talking about the encounter, the Jungian concept of the encounter with the self, with a big S. And remind me to talk about the transcendent function in this context, the Jung's concept of the transcendent function, because that's a psychological way of talking about the encounter with the sacred that we reflect on in mythical terms. What did Eliade believe was included in this experience of the encounter with the sacred? Well, first of all, it was a definite break into your ordinary day-to-day historical life experience. In other words, you could tell the difference between an encounter with the sacred and, washing the dishes. I mean, this is not one of those points of view that, well, everything is sacred, and so since everything is sacred, then all I have to do is kind of collect myself and walk through my day, and I've adequately dealt with the sacred. And there are a lot of traditions that have developed in spiritual practice that totally de-emphasize any sense of the eruption of the sacred in the human experience. But this is not what Eliade was talking about. He's talking about the sense of, here's the word, hierophany. Hierophany. Can anybody spell it? Hierophany. Hierophany. The word hierophany, let me give you a few words that Eliade used, and we'll talk about them in this context. The first is that one. That's the most important. Hierophany. It means manifestation of the sacred. Then an associated word is kratophany. Kratophany. That means a manifestation of power. And they are related but not the same. Now we'll be thinking, remember, how do I get power to do the work I need to do, either for myself or for the world? So if you're not having any kratophanies in your life, then you've got a fuel problem, right? You've got a problem of getting resourced enough for the energy that you need to do what you need to do. Eliade was really clear, though, that in human beings he thought had a wonderful, or at least typical, I don't guess you'd say wonderful, but a typical way of sort of trivializing things after they get away from the central experience. So you can have a kratophany by just being in the presence of a very arrogant person. See, I mean, you can experience a certain kind of charismatic power, and that can be a kratophany for you, but it may not be a manifestation of the sacred. That's a question you'd want to ask. Is that a manifestation of the sacred or not? I can argue that it might be a demonic expression of the sacred, but there are experiences of power that may not be a manifestation of the sacred. If you've been near a very loud engine running, you may have some bodily experience of power, but it may not connote the sacred for you. So Eliade makes this distinction, a hierophany, a manifestation of the sacred. It breaks into the profane time. It reorders things. You're never the same after it breaks in as you were before. Now, Christians have this word called epiphany. Does anybody recognize that word? Can you tell us what it means for Christians, epiphany?
For me, it means it's a feast that we celebrate in our church. I'm Catholic, and it comes after Christmas, and it has always meant to me, the story of Christmas was somewhat hidden, and at Epiphany, Christ is made manifest to the world.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now you got to get that. Now we've got to get a feeling for this, because if you don't get the feeling for it, then you won't get through the thing connecting your corpus callosum, connecting your brain to the sides of your brain. Okay, the making manifest. Now that is what Eliade is getting at here, because you got the story, you get the wise men, Magi. They're seeing the star, and they know something's coming up. They're aware something is about to happen in the myth. And then, in a very obscure place, with the shepherds probably the first really to see, and the donkeys, boom, it is manifest in a very hidden, very endangered being. This being is so endangered that the being has to be taken into a kind of exile for a while. Now look at that. Now you need to be thinking about that as we talk about the manifestation of the center and what has to be done when the center is manifest at first until it gets stronger, until it can be protected and so forth. But then later it is presented to the world. And this is related. We're coming close, I mentioned in the write-up, as we near 2,000, people are getting a little compulsively aware of all the mythology of the apocalypse. Well, what does the word apocalypse mean? Does anybody take a stab at that? Apocalypse. What does that word connote?
Isn't it the breaking of chaos?
Well, it is that. It certainly is a part of this whole mythic complex that we've got here. But it really means the revealing. It is. They call the Book of Revelation. It's also called the Apocalypse. It's related to the manifestation theme. So there is all of this mythology in the world related to the concept of cosmos, which has to do with the revealing of what? Well, we'll get later on this morning. We will get into in that mythic tradition, in the Judeo-Christian mythic tradition. I want us to think about the Judeo side of that and its sweeping look at that, and then look at the Christian take on that. But the New Jerusalem in the Christian myth, and the New Jerusalem is going to be revealed. See, boom, it's going to come down from heaven, boom. And that is an image of cosmos. The New Jerusalem is an image of cosmos. And we'll talk later this morning about the way that image works in that mythic tradition. It's different in other mythic traditions, but the same motif is there. And so Eliade is emphasizing that when you have this encounter with the sacred in human experience, you get it. You know you had it. There's not any doubt about it. If there's any doubt about it, you didn't have it. See? And what does it do? Well, here is a key thing in Eliade, and we'll do this more after the break. But it establishes a center. You didn't establish the center. We might say out of your ego or any other part of your anatomy. It established the center. And if you, I once did a study with Eliade on Islamic traditions in the pilgrimage. And so every place that the sacred manifested in their tradition, one of their practices was, if you would be making the pilgrimage to Mecca, you would come upon these places where the sacred had manifested in a given form. And what you would do, and this is not just a Muslim practice, some of you will be able to tell us other practices about this, but what if you were a Muslim, you're walking along there, you would pick up a stone and you would put it there when you came by. And you would be acknowledging the way that that center had erupted, bam, into time and space. And you would put a stone there as your acknowledgement of that breaking in of the center. And then you would move on. And if you follow the pilgrimage to Mecca, there are all of these places where the center has manifested, and leading right on up to the great Kaaba, the black cube, which is the center of their circumambulation and their pilgrimage at Mecca. So anyway, this thing establishes a center. And at this center is the axis mundi, the center of the cosmos, of the world. It is the connecting point with, as Eliade puts it, the beginning. It is the connecting point with the creative forces that originated all the worlds. Now, in my workshop that I did on creation mythology, we talked a lot about that, and we can reiterate some of that after our break. But what you got to get is that in Eliade, myth carries the story of the time of creation. It recounts the time when the connection with being, with a capital B, was clear. And the source of energy was not endangered or weak. It recounts the time when there was no question whether or not there was enough meaning, enough power, enough wisdom, enough will to create a world. Myth is not just a kind of interesting little story for Eliade that the elders of the tribe got together to cook up to bamboozle all the young men and women. See? It wasn't that at all. What it recounted, and the reason the elders of tribes put so much time into remembering it, was it put them in touch with the sources of life, the wellsprings, the fountainhead. And without being able to tell those stories, you couldn't get back to connect with it. And so you were cut off into history with no source of orientation, life force, or vision. See that? So why study mythology for a human being of tribal times? Because if you did not study it, and you did not connect with it, and you did not honor it, then you were lost in history, in what Eliade called the terrors of history. And I think let's take our break now, but I think that's a great way to talk about where we find ourselves today. Lost in the terrors of history. Yeah.
And talking that way, I have kind of like a renewed appreciation for the Big Bang Theory.
Yes.
And there's a lot of interest about that
Yeah.
now. And seeing that theory as a myth, as a form of intellectualized myth,
Yeah.
takes on a new meaning
Absolutely.
now. Because it does bring it right back to that moment.
Absolutely.
When there was enough power and enough energy in the universe for it to create.
Concentrated energy. If you look at the Big Bang Theory, and as he says, all this reflection right now, and you look at these creation myths throughout the world, it is astounding similarities. Many of them. You know, the cosmic egg, the golden egg. In fact, take a look at the break. Let's take a break now. But take a look at the break at this. Right here is Mount Meru, and it is not a golden egg, but it's the same thing. it's the golden mountain. It's a mountain of gold. That's the center, which is, we'll have to talk about the symbolism of gold as it relates to all this. Let's take our break and come back in about 10 minutes or so. For about maybe 25 minutes or so, 25 minutes, is to go over some more of these central themes and motifs in the mythology of cosmos. And then I would like us to share some narratives from different traditions about this vision of cosmos. And we will not have time to get in very much, but what I think we'll be able to see is the richness of this imaginative narrative that humans have had. And what I want you to keep in your mind, and this is, I want to say that I want to argue a radical point of view here this weekend. And the radical point of view I want to argue is that this vision is not just a pipe dream of a bunch of regressed individuals, any more than the idea of cohesive selfhood is a pipe dream of regressed individuals. And so, by saying that, I want us to be looking at these images in the way that we might look at a blueprint of psyche as a possibility of how we might grow. But anyway, we'll get into that a lot more this afternoon and tomorrow. But let me just focus on some of these different, try to get us to get a feel for these different aspects to the cosmos mythology. And I have mentioned the tie to the creation, to what Eliade calls in Illud Tempus, ILLUD-TEMPUS, which is his way of characterizing the return to the beginnings. He does not believe that any clear picture of the mythology of cosmos is unrelated to the sense of the beginnings. In other words, he looks at the history of elaborations of mythic forms and symbolic forms. And for example, one of the things he'd say about folk tales and fairy tales and sagas and things like that, he thinks that throughout history what you get is a gradual sort of moving away from clarity about the sacred origins. But if you have an eye to see the cosmogonic, that's the word, the creation, the origin mythology, if you have an eye to see it, you will see the traces of it in a lot of folklore and a lot of fairy tales. But he really believes that the key to understanding mythology of cosmos is in looking back to this unbelievably full time of the beginnings. So that is a key to his understanding of myth. Once you get clear that Eliade is going to see that telling myths points you back to the, as the Aborigines would say, to the dream time. And why? Because that's when the energy was concentrated. That's when the power was fully present. That's when creativity was so focused that it could achieve the origination of things as they should be. Now, I've mentioned the importance of the center, and I really want to underline the concept of the center and put it in italics, bold relief, because the mythology of cosmos cannot be understood without a sense of the mythology of the center with a capital C. Now, we could do a whole bunch of workshops and courses just on the center and all the mythology and theory about the center and everything, but this afternoon we'll think about it in relationship to psychology, the idea of a center in the psyche. And the radical way that you have to differentiate between psychologies on where they put the center. Or you could ask it this way: is there a center in this psychology or this approach to psychology? Many of them don't even have a concept of center. Many of them think that the idea of a center is somehow regressive or fundamentalistic or some other way not really very positive idea. That's increasingly the trend today, to think that fantasies of the center are fascist. See? Amazing. But anyway, so this idea of the center is key, and we'll talk about it in psychology this afternoon, but in mythology, we've got to look at the way these things are centered. And if you study comparative mythology, you see enormous variations on the theme of the center out there. One of these days I ought to teach a workshop or a course on pilgrimage, phenomenology and psychology of pilgrimage, because that's a study of the centers out there and going to the center out there. If you've ever been on a pilgrimage, most of the people here today have been on a pilgrimage of some kind. And a pilgrimage is very simply a journey to the center out there, not in here. It's experienced as outside the ego, shall we say. And this is the reason for pilgrimage. This is the unconscious basis for all pilgrimage phenomena. There is the human intuition that if I am to be renewed, I must find the center. What center? The center. Which one is that? It is the center of cosmos. It is the one talked about in cosmos mythology. Why do I have to find the center in order to be renewed? Somebody, if you stay with this Iliadi frame, why would you need to find the center to be renewed?
Is the eternal found?
It's the eternal fount. It's the eternal fount of what? Everything. All right order, all right empowerment, all right energy. It is, in a sense, the place where the Tao is expressed most clearly. It's where Mat, the law of God in Egypt, is expressed most clearly, where Torah is expressed most clearly in Jewish tradition. It is the Holy of Holies. It is the temple in Jerusalem before the destruction of the temple. It is the Kaaba in Islam. See? And you go there to what?
It's also somehow active and yet not.
It is a still point. There is a peace and quiet at the center. There is no anxiety at the center. See? You read the T.S. Eliot stuff about the center cannot hold. See? This is related to this cosmos mythology. And T.S. Eliot was a poet that picked up on the way in which modern people have a very hard time even imagining a center. See? Much less finding it. See? In themselves or in other folks. So, but the center doesn't exist just for itself. See, I mean, that's the important thing to get here. You might put it this way. What is this mythic center for? It is a fountain of blessing. It is for life. It is for abundant life and blessing. And the individual is acknowledging that, this is not me. I mean, I don't control this thing. At best, I may be able to locate it and relate to it appropriately. But in short, it is not my ego. And so when you hear Buddhists talking about getting beyond ego, what they are really talking about is, hey, your ego is not the center. As long as you live as if your ego is the center, you're going to live in chaos, not cosmos. And so you can see in these various spiritual traditions their apprehensions in their spiritual practice about this sort of thing. Remind me to say something about Zen practice a little bit later this morning. But okay. But the center is characterized, as I mentioned earlier, by a surplus of being. Eliade makes this clear. Why do tribal peoples, why are they so preoccupied with that? Because there are not very many places in the world, in their view, where there's enough being. It's not that there's a whole bunch of places where there's more than enough being. Now, this will be easy for us to connect with psychologically this afternoon. I mean, what is depression? It's an experience of there not being enough being. And so the tribal peoples were very clear about this. Look, well, wow, going through the days, it's very clear that there is scarcity. And scarcity in many, many ways. But they did not have a sense of being lost from a center which was the navel of the world, through which flowed this energy, the nectar of the gods, the milk of the gods, the soma of the gods, and so on. And so you get that sense of what the Gnostics called the pleroma, fullness, breaking in. That is a much understudied concept. I'm glad the Jung Institute is going to be doing a conference on Gnosticism next year sometime. Murray Stein's been doing some work with that sort of thing and sponsoring some conferences that will be looking at these Gnostic traditions. But among the Gnostic concepts is this sense of the pleroma, the fullness of being that is behind the world of appearance. And it's directly related to this mythology of cosmos. Now, if it were simple, if we could stop it right there, then human history would look different. But Eliade is constantly characterizing this struggle of cosmos and history. He's got a book called Cosmos and History, which is an important book to look at. But he believes that it's been the historical experience of human beings that forever in our experience of life and time, there is a fall away from the center, a tendency to lose touch with it, and therefore a necessity to have divination techniques, all of these divination techniques that people have used throughout history to try to find connection with the center and the source. But it's not, in most of the mythology of cosmos, it's not merely just a sort of a running down of an engine or running out of energy that's going on. This is where we get to the issue of evil in cosmos. Because in most human traditions with regard to world, right order, there is a sense of evil as an active force. That there is a sense of agency operating to bring in chaos rather than cosmos, and to resist the formation of right order. And the reference that I like to give people on that is the book by Forsyth, Forsyth, called The Old Enemy, which is a comparison of mythologies of the struggle of chaos and cosmos. Let me just say just a word about the current discussions of chaos. There are a lot of discussions of chaos today that, in relationship to chaos theory and the physical sciences and so forth, what you should not assume from that is that in most of human mythology that chaos is positive. It is not. It is not another word for liminality or the destructuring process preceding healthy change. There is a sense of destructive agency in mythic traditions with regard to cosmos. It's not something you want to get friendly and rub up against. In fact, if you're like me, you've got plenty chaos in your life. You don't need to try to be looking to befriend it because it's coming on. I had some painters come into my house this past week, and very shortly thereafter, I fell and hurt my ankle. Right? I mean, when your cosmos is disturbed by any kind of forces, we'll talk about that a little bit this afternoon. It's very interesting to watch how one little piece of disorder leads to another in your everyday life. We can have a little confession time this afternoon. I'm serious about that because I think we ought to share with each other things that you have noticed about the cosmosization in your life, how you try to evoke this sense of cosmos through ritual or spiritual practice, and what you have noticed about chaos breaking in to your life synchronistically. You may want to be thinking about that some, because if you reflect on this, you will notice patterns. Archaic people studied this carefully. They paid close attention to this. They didn't blow it off as a topic. They were very aware that chaos breeds chaos. And so when chaos manifested in one sector of their lives, they didn't just kind of shrug and go on. They paid attention to that, and they did things ritually to balance it. So we'll come back to that today. So this cosmos and evil thing, evil is seen as an active opponent. There's even a king archdemon of evil and a queen archdemon of evil that is making war on cosmos. And we will need to think this afternoon about the psychology of that. I have come to some conclusions about the way that operates in the psyche. And I have come to some conclusions about the sort of the plumbing of this in our individual psyches, and the way that we can think about the powerful agency of chaos in our lives. We'll talk about that in relationship to grandiosity and some other things. So in other words, if you think about these things, the return to the beginnings for renewal, the necessity of locating the center. You didn't create it. You can't create the center. You have to find the center. Because if you think you're creating the center, you're a modern human being. The modern human beings really kind of believe that they create the center. That's what results is a lot of this trashy modern architecture we've got. It has no sense of context, no sense of the human, no sense of space that's adequate for human or any other kind of inhabitation. But modern culture is tone deaf with regard. I'm talking about culturally modern expressions, or is tone deaf with regard to the center issue. And in the mythology of cosmos, there's clarity about the fragility of cosmos, that it is established from a center and it proceeds outward from the center. That's another thing I forgot to mention. We really need to think about that a lot today and tomorrow. Cosmos doesn't start from the edges. We need to think about that a lot, practically speaking, in terms of practical implications for our personal lives and for the society and the world. It doesn't start at the edge. It starts at the center and comes outward. Now, there's always an edge, depending on how far you've been able to push the edge of cosmos in your life. How much you can include without fragmenting, right? So there's always the issue of the edge. I mean, we need to, don't let me forget for us to talk this afternoon about the issue of dealing with the edge here. But the insight that we've got to remember is that right order never starts from the edge. It always starts from the center. And so this afternoon we're going to be thinking, and I want you to really share with each other and with me, okay, so how do you find the center actually in practice? And how do you work from the center out? Because that is the way they have told the story, center out. And so what I'm suggesting to you is they knew something there about your management of anxiety and your management of your own power, etc. See? So we'll be coming back through this as we go. But now I'd like to turn in the rest of our time, I'd like for us to share and discuss some narratives together about the images of the old theologians used to call this Heilgeschichte, salvation history, or the mythology of redemption, because that's what we want to talk about. Let's think about some of these visions of the redemption process. That is the movement from chaos and death to centeredness, right order, fullness of being, regeneration, renewal, initiation. We talk about initiation. This is the context of initiation. Why is it the context of initiation? No one is initiated according to tribal peoples until they know about this. It's not enough to get your driver's license or your Uzi. It's not enough to have your most successful drive-by shooting to be a man or a woman. You got to know about this. You have to know how to find and connect with the center. So the initiation process is directly related to cosmos mythology. There is no meaning. This is what drives me nuts about some of these people running around mouthing off about initiation, because they have no sense about it being involved with a second birth into connection with the fullness of being. And that is what it always meant in tribal cultures across the planet. Yeah.
It's difficult in modern times, I think, for people to maintain a sense of their traditional origin myths.
Yes.
And there's an anthropologist I know whose preference was to work in New Guinea or perhaps Borneo because, in contrast to all the other tribal peoples, he says they still somewhat believe in New Guinea that they're the center of the world. And more recently than he had said that to me, another New Guineanist that I know went to attend the last initiation rite in his group, which was the Chimbari tribe. That is, they're no longer going to be gathering these tribal boys anymore to initiate them into this mountain highland manhood. And now they're going to the towns, to Port Moresby and stuff. So here, too, is another country that, because of the dominance of Western culture and radio is enough to kind of like disrupt their whole sense of like everything happening in their village.
What is the name of the book that he published on that? Is there a book on this tradition that he's published? The anthropologist you're talking about.
Well, the initiation rites that this guy wrote about is described in Guardians of the Flute.
Guardians of the Flute.
By Gil Hurt, but it was another anthropologist who told me about his preference for working.
Right. All over the world, see, this is happening. The tribal people are losing their touch with these origin myths and their ritual practices around them. And that's one of the things we'll have to talk about probably tomorrow a lot, about, well, what is our time like with regard to this? Does this mean we're no longer going to have the connection with the center? That's what a lot of people think. A lot of the intellectuals think, well, the whole idea of a center was an outmoded concept. I was traveling in Borneo with the sea dayaks, and the same thing was happening there. And you go out to indigenous peoples around the world, you'll see the incredible devastation that has been brought about in their tribal experience through the encounter with radio and TV and cigarettes. I mean, the sea dayaks had been given cigarettes by our Westerners, and that was our contribution to their culture, And
the aspirations for mature manhood are totally dislodged.
Yes, that's right. And what we're seeing now, increasingly around the world, and here again we're anticipating tomorrow, is incredible social enemy and the rise of gang warfare throughout the world. Not interestingly enough, it's not just a phenomenon in American cities. That throughout the world now, there is a incredible burgeoning of gang warfare, particularly among young males, but not just among them, as these tribal traditions disappear. So we'll have to address that. But let's get to your traditions now, because even if you're not participating in a ritual way in these traditions, there are images from these traditions that you've participated in or that you've studied that relate to this image of cosmos. And so let's hear the images that you've studied the most. What are they? What tradition are they from? And give us a vision. Give us the basic symbols of the vision of that tradition. Yes.
I can speak very simply from the Greek Orthodox background. When I was a child and walked into the church, even though I didn't know any of the words or the sounds or the language, it was immediately apparent to me, just through seeing the symbols in front of me, the icons. The symbol of the cross is depicted in Greek Orthodoxy as an equal cross. It's not just the cross of Christ. Looking at the eagle, looking at the mother image, which is a big image of Christ. More specifically, as I grew up and later would understand the liturgy, which is the term used for the Mass, when the Bible, or the Bible which is plated with gold, comes out of the, they call it the iconostasis, which is where they have the icons, heaven is represented back behind, and where the people are is the world. So the beauty of that is that when you watch, when they first start the service and you watch the Bible coming out from heaven and coming into the world, we all do our cross. 3 times it represents that the light and the truth were coming to the people. So then in the Orthodox faith, there's not a lot, it's a 5th century, maybe even a 6th century phenomenon, because we don't just read out of books. In fact, we see that reading books is really taking away from the bigness of the experience.
Get that? From the bigness of the experience. Now, see, that's really key. Go ahead.
Allow me to say it this way.
Really,
the thing about the senses, there's something to smell, the incense. There's something to taste, which is the communion. There's something to hear, the music. There is something, if you want to look at, you look at the icons. But as a child being brought into it, you can enter that experience immediately and don't even need to participate just by being in that atmosphere. You look around at people and you can get that. Now, one of the things that it was striking to me when I grew up was watching the marriage ceremony, because in the marriage, it's amazing. What I see too is that there's a lot of circles, and it's funny because...
Just say something about the marriage ceremony in this context, because if they haven't been to one of the marriage ceremonies, they need to...
Perfect.
Yeah.
This is great. marriage ceremony has circles in it. And the circles, first of all, there's a table placed in the middle of the altar. In fact, the baptism is done in a circular vessel too, but I'll move to the marriage ceremony because it speaks about cosmos specifically. There is a table that is placed in the middle of this area where the people are, not where the iconostasis is or where you are behind the heaven part. And on that table are placed 2 wreaths, which the husband and wife will wear. They are in the shape of the circle. And there's a cup there and candle. And what is done is, as we chant and go around the table, the husband and wife at each station, there are prayers recited. And this is what's interesting, represents the walking around with Christ, with the love of God in the universe. The table represents the universe, and you represent yourself as moving around and experiencing that with a partner being with Christ. And when the 2 wreaths are placed, and the Father represents, he says all of the prayers, the wreaths are exchanged. So, and they're both bound by a ribbon. So there is, again, another meaning and connection with exchanging almost the energy or the field of experience of each of the people around this central item, around this central table.
Male and female
Yes, male and female.
are exchanged.
And it keeps.
Well, we'll talk about that this afternoon.
So I mention this only because, and it's so rich. I used to look at the books, the book list. You could stop at any one symbol, and you can read a whole history of why that symbol came into being and was used. One of the things that impressed me the most was the couple, metaphorically, would be walking around this table as they would be walking around in life together, making their journey through the universe. So,
and they bring, the idea is that they bring cosmos with them. They are participating in the center, but the center actually spreads through their circumambulation through the world. There's a sense in which they carry it with them.
This is very true. The sadness now that I'm going to tell you, and then I'll be done, is that most people who participate in this, and this is sad for me in seeing it in the Orthodox Church, as I want to be a priest first, I ended up being a chiropractor because that was the way I could bring my love to the people, was that most people don't know the significance of that,
right.
And the priests cannot take time to explain it because a lot of people are so caught up in I will call them the trivialities or the worldliness of the marriage.
History, the history of it,
Yes.
They're caught up in history. Yeah. Sure.
Did you use the word father? Did you mean the priest?
The priest, but then again representing it as the logos of speaking forth through him, but not him.
Yeah.
One last thing to say is in the Orthodox Church, as different from the Roman Catholic Church, they do not look at a center being in any person. It had to be something other. There is no pope. The archbishops are all equally powered, and each one is just another version of the story. So this is interesting also that the resurrection is placed emphasis on versus the crucifixion. The pain of Christ was important, but it was the resurrection that brought forth.
Which is the emphasis on the fullness of being then, Now, today we ought to get a sense for the Roman Catholic side of that, because if you read that Roman Catholic mythology, you can see how it fits the cosmos myth too. But in this tradition, there is the emphasis on the fullness, the regeneration, the return to fullness there. Now, the other thing is, if you go to one of these Orthodox churches, one of the things you'll notice is that people out in the congregation may chat. And you think about this in the context of the cosmos stuff. Heaven is cosmos. You got to get, this is nirvana. This is cosmos. This is here. It is there. It's not threatened by anybody talking. You got to get it. It's not in danger. That's right. Well, you got to get the mythic sense of that, see? That is to say, if you really have a sense of the center, your anxiety level goes down with regard to these manifestations of bad manners. It's Not that you don't notice or don't have feelings and so forth about them, but if you're aware of cosmos, one of the big effects it has on you is it drops your anxiety level like a rock. And one of the litmus tests psychologically is the more aware you are of cosmos, your anxiety level goes down. It does not peak out. Well, we'll get into that a lot this afternoon. But it's like you can just take this to the bank in terms of the psyche. Without a sense of centeredness, your anxiety level will peak. And you can just take this with an empirical test. Take one of these Milan personality inventories. If you're peaking out on anxiety measures, then there's not been enough work with trying to do stuff in relationship to the center, because as we'll see this afternoon, in my view, the psyche is organized in such a way that there are a lot of aspects of the psyche which do not bring you to the center. That's not their job. They are parts of the whole cooperating together. So we'll get into that a lot this afternoon. But appreciate your sharing that. Let's hear some others now from other traditions. Images, remember, like you did, stay with images of cosmos and any particular ritual practice that you can mention around it. Anybody else? From any tradition, not just your own, maybe.
In the dervish tradition, the whirling of the dervish is the embodiment or bringing down the universe or the cosmos within yourself. And the way the hands are is, the touching of the center, bringing down the cosmos and then bringing it to the center of the earth. And it's a very powerful thing to experience yourself, and also watch a very adept dervish really get into that, because then you are caught up into the constellation of the cosmos and being drawn right into the center.
I hope that the tape picked that up. I hope it did, because one of the wonderful things that you're bringing up there is the relationship between dance and cosmos, see, and the axis mundi. You're talking about the connection. There is the center right there. And notice it is danced. The center is danced. It's not some static thing in the sense that we would mean by a negative sense of being static. And you can see the relationship between that dance and the circumambulation of the center by the couple that he was talking about. You can also see it if you've seen these images of Shiva dancing, the Nataranya image. That is the same dance. And if you see for example, in Jewish tradition, David dancing before the ark as it comes into Jerusalem, there is a dancing of the movement to the center. So the dance, the image of dance, and I love to talk about this whole thing, that the way to cosmos is dancing the four quarters. And so the dance image that you're bringing up is very key, and it's not an accidental image. It's no accident that sacred dance was so central in rituals of cosmos throughout the whole world. In fact, I would bet you it would be hard to find a really ancient ritual of cosmos that did not involve dance. See? And that's because you can't just stop. If you stop, something's going to get out of balance. Yeah.
The dance is very clearly depicted in the four squares. There are 8 figures dancing in this mandala. Also, Tai Chi tries to circumscribe the cosmos with its motions.
The reference to Tai Chi is a good one, because in Tai Chi, if you look at Tai Chi without putting it in the context of the ancient cosmologies which used to frame it, then you're missing the point. Because all of these martial arts that are old martial arts are tied back to visions of cosmos. In fact, the way I would argue it is this: any legitimate martial art is always placed in the service of cosmos. That's what it always was in tribal traditions. There were no tribal warriors who were not in the service of cosmos. they would not have recognized anybody as a warrior if they were not pledging their loyalty to their tribal vision of cosmos. Now, later on today and tomorrow, we need to really make clear, we need to talk more about this tribal issue. Because one of the things I like to say to people is that no tribe ever started out to be tribal. People forget that today. You know, today, all of our tribes are starting out, they want to be tribal, right? Think about it. They think it's the end thing to be tribal today. We want to be tribal. Don't you use my myth, that's my myth. You know, who do you think you are using my myth, the myth of my tribe? That is a complete bastardization of the whole meaning of mythology and tribal traditions. It is really tragic when you get some tribal peoples arguing that line. It shows they've not studied their own meaning of their own tradition, because no tribal people ever started out to be tribal. They all started toward cosmos. They meant to describe the true center and to show how the people, you know, the people come to the true center. And the people includes all of the beings. What we've got to deal with before we finish this weekend is to deal with this tragic bastardization of the concept of tribal peoples that's happening today. Because they all meant to be finding the world and the people. And so when you get people using it to fragment the human species today, that is tragic and demonic in my view. And it's very popular today. Okay, let's hear some other traditions. Now, these things are just all over the place, but we need to get in a few more. Yeah.
I grew up in an Italian family, Roman Catholic Italian family, and as I was listening to Stavros talk about it, I was feeling the poetic images and how they made a lot of sense to me, and the yearning for that kind of tradition that I didn't have. As I grew up in an Italian family going to Roman Catholic services, it kind of failed. Those services failed me, and I was feeling a sense of lack of cosmos in my life because of the failure of those particular kind of things. And then I started thinking, well, what was the ritual that I grew up with in my own family? And with an Italian mother, the ritual was not going to church, it was Sunday dinner. It was coming home from church. That was the ritual that I grew up with. And the altar, I was thinking about what the altar is. It's either the dinner table or the refrigerator or the stove. It's probably the stove where everything gets cooked.
Well, that would be the alchemical image of that, see? That would be the cooker. But I think you're right in terms of, look, what is always true in the fullness of being? Banquet. And her banquet, which the family is here. Now that is a messianic banquet. You're absolutely right. I've never heard anybody talk about it that way. But you're absolutely right. And if you're a Christian, come out of a Christian tradition, you've got all that messianic banquet imagery throughout all the Gospels. Yeah.
In the Roman Catholic Church, they talk about the celebration of the Mass, and unfortunately, we've lost what celebration means. We got to stick it into 55 minutes so you can get the crowd in and the crowd out. And grew up through the 50s with everybody in their little sects that it was okay if you were Catholic. You couldn't go to the Protestant.
Yeah.
You know, if your neighbor got married, you couldn't go to their wedding.
Right.
But the joke was the Mother Superior's talking to the young nun and says, "What would you have been if you hadn't been a nun?" And she said, "A prostitute." She said, "A prostitute?" He said, "Yeah, a prostitute." She said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said a Protestant. It's okay."
Well, I must say we Protestants have a hard time with cosmos. Well, there's, if we ought to stay with the Roman Catholic thing, see, because I mean, it's a wonderful story about the fullness at the table, and we could do a lot more with that if we had time. But the Mass is directly related to that. That is the fullness of the Mass is supposed to be like the fullness. In fact, it's supposed to be the foreshadowing of the great banquet when everybody partakes in the fullness. the theologians have this $1,000 word, proleptic. Proleptic. And it means the figural anticipation and participation in something which is coming. If you want to look at the theology of Wolfhart Pannenberg, great German theologian, he lays out all this stuff about the Christian myth in which everything in Christian experience is proleptic of the coming of the kingdom of God. So you can't understand the Mass if you don't understand the way in which it's anticipating that banquet, only tuned up to where all the cousins are there and everybody is getting along. So that is an important thing for us to realize, that this anticipation of the Messianic banquet is at the heart of the Christian myth, and it is related to resurrection. Crucifixion is necessary, but it's all pointed toward that kingdom of God. So the whole kingdom of God fantasy in Christianity, it's amazing today what is not done with the kingdom of God fantasy, or the realm of God, or the queendom of God. They, even if they say it in a politically correct way, they don't get it. Because it's extremely hard to find people today in theological circles that have any sense whatsoever of fullness. A pleroma. And yet, it is precisely that kind of fullness of being which cosmos is about, and which all these traditions are pointing toward. Yeah.
In this concept of the banquet, there's also the concept of not only eating, but being eaten, right? Implicit in that cycle.
That's right. Being eaten. And so there we get, that's something else I wanted to say about in the Roman tradition. I mean, we got to think about what has happened with the papacy. Now, you made the point there not being a papacy, and we have to see the way in which the papacy fits the cosmos myth, whether the Pope knows it or not. And see, anytime you get this cosmos thing, you also get the sense, the intuition of the primal person. This is where Gnosticism comes in handy, to see this. In Hinduism, it's Purusa, the original person. In Gnosticism, it was the sense of the anthropos. And this anthropos, this original person, often was imaged, anticipating Jung, of course, imaged as containing both sexes. The primal person, the original person, contained both sexes. And only in the fall into history do you get the alienation of the genders. And so what do we have in a lot of the triumphalistic trappings of the papacy? You actually have an acting out of the primal person. And the Pope, who knows how much awareness the popes have of the incredible fullness of this thing that they're acting out. I suspect some of them have had a deep sense of it. They're standing in for the true king. And you could even argue that they're attempting to stand in for the true king and the true queen. That there is a sort of a built-in bisexuality to that symbolism that is missed a lot of the time and probably not understood very well. And another thing we'll have to think about this afternoon and tomorrow is how well can any human carry the polarity of the sexes. And that's adequately carried. That's an argument. That's something we have to think about because it has great political implications and moral implications today. So anyway, if we had time, we could talk about the Vatican. Hey, listen, I'm really serious. You must not think about the Vatican to have any sense of it, to understand it, without cosmos. Because if you don't think cosmos and you think of the Vatican, you will only see decadence. You will only see the rip off of the poor to put gold plating on the, and taking all that money and putting on the Sistine Chapel and all that sort of thing. And of course you can read that, and we can talk about that ethically in terms of stewardship and all those things. But we'd still miss it. We'd still miss what the sacred space is there. Because when you enter in there into the splendor that is around the primal person, what else would we expect would be around the primal person but splendor? It's always around the primal person. You cannot be around either the primal person or one who mediates the primal person without a sense of splendor. And here you get Rumi, the poet. And when you really get into those mystic poets who are in touch with this cosmos from within, they have a sense that wherever they are is full of splendor. Even in the poorest barrio, there is splendor. And that's Christian stuff, but you can do the same thing with Hinduism. You can go into the sense of Krishna, of the poorest of the poor in India. And even though there is enormous work that needs to be done to make them aware of how to embody social justice, blah, 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 and so forth, you've got to not depreciate what they do have. And, for example, my wife and I were in Bombay exploring a lot of the temples at night. And a lot of the poorest of the poor come out late at night to the temples because they're working so hard during the day. So we came up to this one place, and the people saw that we didn't have any flowers or any fruit with us. These very poor people. So they, out of their sense of fullness, came and gave us flowers and fruit to share with the deity. And that also picks up that sacrifice theme there again. See, and the eating and being eaten. The God is eating. Well, what does that mean? Isn't that terrible? Isn't that cannibalism? Well, maybe, but then again you have to ask the question, I must be pretty significant if the god or goddess needs me to give them something. See, there must be something significant about me. So it's a subtle, complex sense of fullness there. Before we turn away from that, though, I want to touch how this relates to sacrifice themes. Because the primal person is always sacrificed. He is always, and you might say it this way, the fullness of the primal person is for sacrifice and feeding the world. And so, if you're going to understand the way kingship and queenship relates to cosmos, you understand that the king or queen figure participates in this fullness and understands what it's for. It's for sharing. And that very sharing is sacrifice. And so being eaten is not a negative thing. We might say it this way. Anyone who is really in touch with cosmos has such a sense of fullness that being nibbled on by people during the days is not such a traumatic experience. Imagine what it's like when you're a psychotherapist or a priest or a nun or a social worker or a teacher who is out of touch with the fullness and they're still coming around to nibble on your toes. Then you get the Chicago public schools. Yeah. Let's have one more example before we take our lunch break. Yes.
I just want to say something about my tradition was Christian, and the ritual was extremely powerful for me in participating in the Eucharist. But as a woman, it began to lose something for me in terms of, it was out there, it was masculine, there was this lacking piece about how am I in it, how is it in me?
Exactly.
And I was very drawn to nature and to the goddess. And in my work there, what's ringing for me here is about the participatory nature of that,
Yep.
of the rituals we do, of acknowledging what's around us in the cosmos and connecting to it,
Right.
acknowledging the four directions, being aware of the earth beneath our feet, and experiencing the energy and regenerativity of the earth coming up through the legs and into the body, like, through the veins of a tree, and the sky and the rain and the stars and moon and sun, and all of that simply being, standing in the middle, acknowledging all of that, extending the boundaries enough to draw on it and feel it in the body as a woman, and then what comes in is being a woman, participating in that, in a sense, in the body of the earth as mother of all creation,
Yes.
feeling that sense of womb, tomb, participating in that through biology, and accepting the responsibility of that, of really being a powerful steward of energies in the world from that place
Absolutely.
of deep significance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important for us to realize the way in which what has happened in patriarchal traditions is that the fullness of the primal being has sort of been usurped and split into a one gender image. And that's why it's important to study these mythical traditions, because for the most part throughout human history they have not done that. They have been much more aware that the fullness of being contains a partnership and incredible creative energy field between these polarities. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done in the future to get us past this particular place that we're in culturally. So let me just say that even in Christian tradition, you can see images. For example, one of the images I love comes from Mexico, the Virgin of Guadalupe. And she really contains a lot of the old Mexican apprehension of the goddess. And her cloak is such an incredible image of fullness and healing. And in her cloak are all of these body parts of human beings that are attached to her. And she has a crown. So you can really see this is really the Queen of Heaven. And it's not merely a little vessel for the male deity. I mean, you can really get clear that Mary's role was not just to kind of sort of make it possible for the saving male to be there. That this is a being of fullness and manifestation of fullness in her own right. And Jung's work is very useful on this because of his work with the Hieros Gamos, the sacred marriage, that's imaged in the Greek wedding ceremony, and the Mysterium Conjunctionis, the image of the divine marriage that you see in alchemy. So did you want to say something before we take our break?
So Christianity, the only place I could resolve the masculine and feminine, the answer of intuition to intellect, was in the mystics of the church, which men and women had found this energy. And what was sad was that at some level, some intellectualization or creeds or political groups or whatever had to form some kind of organization for it, and that was dropped off. So I just want to say mysticism, I don't know what mysticism or the concept is.
Right, but I think we want to address that because it is your mystics of all these various traditions that have, I believe, directly intuited the balance of the opposites and the potential for integration that the exoteric expressions in any tradition never do. And we'll talk a little bit this afternoon about the problematic with mystics, the problematic tendencies in mystics, which is to retreat from the world. That's not necessary to retreat from the world and be a mystic because there are many worldly mystics. But it is something that we'll get into this afternoon. Well, if we had time, we could talk a lot about Tibetan Shambhala. I don't know whether any of you got to see those Tibetan monks that came through Chicago recently doing their thing at the Field Museum. they were doing their sand paintings of Shambhala all around the country, and I think around the world, taking their sand, the colored sands, and painting this Shambhala imagery. It was a magnificent thing to watch these Tibetan monks do this. If you study Shambhala, they've even got the Dalai Lama and his people have got now, they've used high-tech stuff in a beautiful way. They've got wonderful videotapes which use computer graphics to present the structure of Shambhala. And they had some of them with them, and I'm sure there's even more where those came from. But it's a wonderful thing. If you haven't studied any Tibetan Buddhism, there are very few traditions today which is intact in their teachings. I mean, one of the sad things is so much of these ancient wisdom traditions have been lost. And now we have to go to those which are still pretty elaborate, and we still have the teachings there. For example, there are a number of Native American traditions that are still fairly intact. You can get a lot of information on Navajo traditions. I mean, there's a lot that we know about those. And you can kind of work your way through the traditions that have not been modernized and cut off. But the Tibetan Buddhist traditions are incredible in what we still have from them. And I think if you look at Shambhala, you're seeing a incredibly complex and subtle image of the cosmos, and as we'll see this afternoon, of self, of the archetypal self. So let's have our lunch break, and let's all try to get back and socialize a little bit at 1:15, and then we can get to work at 2. What I'd like us to do before we get into the microcosm, what I believe to be the microcosm of the macrocosm, is to continue a few more minutes in terms of specific qualities or achievements that according to myth occur in cosmos. That is, let's think about these traditions, and let's just share together what are the things that are supposed to happen in cosmos as opposed to chaos. And so let's get some of those characteristic things out and just look at them in terms of the mythic content of that before we start turning to the psychology of this sort of thing. So in the traditions that you know about, what are some of the other marks, we might say marks of cosmos as opposed to chaos? What happens in the state of right order? Anybody? Yes.
What kind of perspective or seeing what, if I'm in relationship with cosmos, there's kind of a clarity or coming clear of what in me I need to shed, or what in me is self versus what is not self, and comes back into alignment with center.
Wow. That is, could you get that, Mark? That is really a lot of content there, and I think very accurate. It's like there is this emphasis across traditions on seeing clearly when this is occurring. There is a clarity that emerges, and it is in these different traditions. It is talked about as a clarity which is, as some of these traditions would say, beyond ego. Not ego in the Freudian sense of ego functioning, but ego in the Eastern sense of sort of grasping, narcissistic, needy, cannibalistic strivings. There is a peacefulness about this seeing that you're talking about that is related to the center. And I think that is very widely expressed in these traditions as a quality. So that's excellent. What else would you say? Now, whether you believe this really exists or not, or whether you believe this is possible or not, let's stay with the image as it's presented by the myths. Yes?
Getting rid of, the crap that we make accumulates and they move into simplicity, which links very much with that.
Yes, yes, it is. She says, get rid of the crap. There's a sense of a reorienting of priorities and values that occurs in which there is a weighing of what is really important, and a new perspective comes. It doesn't mean that you don't, for example, there are some people that think when cosmos comes that all of a sudden there's some sort of asceticism. That is not the case in mythology. That one does not become an ascetic, so to speak. One has a sense of there being plenty, but there's a total different kind of approach to valuation of things and possessions and wealth and all that sort of thing, and radical reorientation to it. You dump your overcommitments to certain things, and you learn to value, a new sense of value. What else? Yes.
Related to what they said on a physiological level, it would be the shedding of unnecessary tension.
On the physiological level, she says, a shedding of unnecessary tension. So there is really, when they talk about the peace that passes understanding, shanti, 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 they are talking about, this is a part of this reality, that the anxiety states drop away. Even if the situation you're facing, if you're in contact with this, even if the situation is desperate, the anxiety level drops. So what else?
Actually, it's the same thing, I think, as what everybody said, but a meaningfulness, sense of meaning.
Yes. She's emphasizing the presence of meaning. And we said earlier, a fullness of meaning replaces a sense of emptiness, in the negative sense of emptiness. Paradoxically, it is this place that the Buddhists speak of when they say that you achieve emptiness. When the Buddhists speak of emptiness, they're describing a sort of psycho-spiritual space which is empty of ego, in the Asian sense of ego. And it is that in that emptiness that all things abound, that there's abundance. So yes.
Might be taking a little bit of a risk by saying this, but again, these are the things that we've been saying so far.
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling like they're, I don't know, passive aspects of
Mm-hmm.
this. Again, it's starting to sound new agey.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I want to add to it as a possibility to your question is the doing aspect of
Mm-hmm.
of this form of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if this is on, but it's almost like there's that old saying that if you watch an enlightened man or woman washing the dishes, you get a sense of their greatness of spirit through how they do things. So I'm adding as a possibility this sense of right doing, or a capacity to build in a certain way that's regenerative and it's filled and full.
So instead of you're saying that you have to be very careful about these things, not to get into a quietist interpretation of them, and I think there's truth in that. If you remember, the Buddha in his teaching talked also about right action. See, and yes, and of course he's picking up on the sense of utilization, right utilization of resources that exist, and those are active modes. To give an example from the Christian tradition of that image, the way that expresses itself is, how does that quote go? They shall beat their swords and their spears into pruning hooks. Now, as we go this afternoon, we should be able to see what is being talked about there in terms of stewardship and right action. Because in that image, for example, we're dealing with the aggressive potentials of human nature, the action potentials of human nature. And notice what happens. Instead of aggression being used for destruction, it doesn't go away. The aggression doesn't go away. The sword becomes something, the same movement transforms. Freud would say sublimation has occurred. Kohut would say transmuting internalization has occurred. And what you get is this energy expressed in a way that builds rather than destroys. So there's your stewardship of the power image that you're getting at there, Dan. So I think that that's right, and we'll want to be aware of the multifacets of this as we go. But other images from traditions. Any other images? Yes.
One that seemed to give me a lot of pleasure was one called honor all relations. It's very easy to see relations to things and to honor what's there.
Right. I think you see that theme. He's focusing on the relationship dimension. I think you see that expressed very powerfully in Native American traditions. It's not just there, but in Native traditions, when there is right order, cosmos, then the relatedness of all things is acknowledged. And it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to become a vegetarian, but kinship is clear at that moment. And I'm reminded of in the Jewish tradition, the emphasis on shalom as an expression. Could anybody tell us a little bit about, in the Jewish tradition, what does shalom connote, and what is the association to shalom? Anyone? Peace. And but what kind of peace now? Well, it's certainly grounded there, but it has the sense in the Jewish tradition. It is a part of the messianic expectation. And if you're interested in this, you should look at this workshop I did on David the King, because in that we look at sort of the sweep of symbolism in Judaism from creation, Ark of the Covenant, through Sabbath imagery, through the vision of the temple, and David the king is the one who brings things into right order, or seeks to bring them into right order. The failure of that, the expectation of the coming of the real David, or the full, we might say, David. And shalom would be the result of the return or the coming of the complete David, the David that we had expected, but David didn't turn out to do it quite as well as had been hoped. But so shalom is tied to the culmination of the messianic hopes, and it is an inner and outer peace. It is grounded on a spiritual rightness, but it brings about right relatedness as well. And you have to read Martin Buber's work, I Thou, to all of his I Thou work, to see the way it relates to your concept about relationships, Stavros. Others, what else happens? Okay. Yeah. So there is a sense of ethics and morality that's not merely sort of a lowest common denominator sense of morality and ethics. There is a natural, spontaneous concern for justice that's not just out of guilt. It's yeah.
I think in some of the readings we did recently about alchemy, that in his later writings, that insight without action is immoral.
Yeah. Right. So there's a sense of embodying wisdom and right action. And that is true across these traditions. I mean, one thing is quite evident is that spiritual enlightenment leads to some form of embodiment in the world. What else would you add? Fertility, exactly. Now, how do you see that as an expression in these traditions? I think you're absolutely right. Can you give an example?
Sorry.
Things work.
Go. First thing went through that. Cosmos is in trouble.
Right. If cosmos is if you're in touch with it, there is plenty. That is widespread. You know, we make a lot of fun of these radio and TV charlatans who talk about prosperity thinking, that sort of thing. Forget the Reverend Ikes and all the so forth, different guys. But the interesting thing about it is there's a mythic truth underlying a lot of the things they say. And it is related to this idea that when right order comes, scarcity is not a problem. And you can see this by studying the history of sacred kingship, particularly in the John Perry's Lord of the Four Quarters book and in our King Within book. You can really see the ways in which when the emperor is in the Tao, in the right order, then all of his people have plenty. And when he is not, the land suffers. And there's drought and so forth. So I think you're absolutely right. And that's something we want to be thinking about, particularly tomorrow, whether that is simply voodoo economics, another form of voodoo economics, or whether there may be some truth to that has some practical implications for our world. Yeah.
Marx and Engels talked about the post-scarcity economy, so
Yes.
communism could
Yes.
be included.
Absolutely. She's saying that communism has this mythic dimension. There's no question that there was a messianic mythology behind communist ideology. And, of course, we see what happens when you try to secularize the myth and don't acknowledge any transpersonal ground or transegoic ground to it, because you always get the cannibal king and the cannibal queen when you have a secularist reading of these things. And yet in the ideology you can see this image of fullness that comes at the end of history. No question about it. Okay, so let me summarize here before we go on. There is plenty, and there is peace, and there is stewardship of the powers for all. It is not just passive, it is appropriate receptivity and appropriate activity. There is wisdom. What is that thing from the scriptures which say that, which are, some of you could quote this, that all the people begin to prophesy. You see that in all the apocalyptic literature, that it's not just the prophets and the priests that begin to have wisdom. All the people begin to increase in wisdom. Yes. Well, that's an expression of it. In fact, if you want to do a Christian myth thing, you look at the new Pentecost. Pentecost is a model. And, if you don't know anything about Pentecostal traditions, all of that Pentecostal stuff about speaking in tongues and glossolalia is directly related to cosmos. It is so full that ordinary speech can't say it. And you have to speak in a static tongue in order to give any semblance whatsoever of what is true and what is real. And so that's where all that Pentecostalism is grounded, right in the sense of fullness. And that's whether it's Catholic Pentecostalism or fundamentalist Christian Pentecostalism, it's all grounded right in that sense of the overflowing cup cosmos. So in other words, there is this incredible richness. There is plenty. It is not agitated, though. It's not sort of compulsive and agitated. There is a calmness, and the water clears. Yes.
We can talk about it from external to what it looks like,
Yes.
ethics and there's all of that.
Yes.
But it feels to me like what we're talking about here is the shift in consciousness.
Yes.
You can make you think about what Joanna Macy says about, the shift in the sense of self.
Yes.
And when you get that yourself, you are this larger self, and the self is the world, and the rainforests are our lungs. You don't say, don't cut down that tree. I mean, it's a given that you're going to
Right.
body.
Right.
And so that sense of centeredness and calmness, I mean, it's like it's a being thing at that point,
Yes.
and it's a doing thing.
Absolutely. Joanna Macy, incidentally, I appreciate your mentioning her. She is really a very significant leader of people's emerging consciousness in the world, and she has done wonderful work over the years in relating inner work and outer work. So if you're not familiar with her work, what is her most recent book?
World is lover, world is self.
Okay, thank you. World is lover, world is self. She's really a lovely human being and an important person to know. But I think it's really accurate, and this is a good transition for us because to get world as self and the relationship between microcosm and macrocosm, because we'll be continuing that theme tomorrow, because I really appreciate that kind of perspective, and we need to realize the sense in which the microcosm of selfhood is deeply related to any kind of external possibilities. And there has been a tendency among persons, and let me just set the context for this, to think that if you say that you need to do inner work to have a personal transformation to support outer work, that this is a sort of a pietist, even quietist de-emphasis of systemic dimensions of our situation. It can easily be that way. I run into a lot of people in men's work today, as well as in religious circles, religious communities, who are constantly saying, no, it's too soon for us to get involved in the political agenda. I'm constantly hearing that. And my response to that is too soon. I mean, how much time do you think we've got? But there is a sense in which if the self is not cohesive and consolidated, that people tend to get into the right things for the wrong reasons, and they tend to make a lot of mischief and a lot of chaos in those organizations, which keeps them from attaining their ends. I mean, I don't know how much you know about different dynamics within various, say, ecologically oriented organizations, but there's no question in my mind that there's a direct parallel here between the microcosm of the self and its structure and the possibilities for political and social action in the outer world. And I think we'll see as we go this afternoon that it's no question of waiting on anything to achieve wholeness. And this is a good place to address this quietist fantasy that you're concerned about, I think, because there is a lot in the New Age and in spiritual traditions which tends to imply that passive is better and quietism is superior. And I think as we look at the structure of the self as I believe it to be, we'll see that wholeness does not imply either detachment from self or other or quietism. We can think about how this relates to traditional interpretations of Jungian psychology too. Some of you have not had an opportunity to think about the structure of the self as I believe it to be. But just let me say, for those of you who are either here for the first time or are listening to this tape as an introduction to the work that we're talking about today, that this workshop is a part of a long series of workshops and series of lectures, and takes its place in a lot of other material that one needs to be aware of. They're all available through the C.G. Jung Institute. Seriously, this is an incredibly complicated amount of work. It is all interrelated. Each aspect, each study of each archetypal structure finds its place in the structure of the self and in the various concerns of human spirituality and psychology. And so one has to circumambulate this material. And so I won't go into it in great depth this afternoon, except as just a quick walkthrough to get a sense of the microcosm and my beliefs about this. I will say a little bit about how it relates to other systems of thought. But what I will be emphasizing is just a few things. Number one, following Jung and not most of the other psychological theorists, I believe that the collective unconscious really exists, that the archetypal self really exists. It is not a, as some have said disparagingly, a monotheistic fantasy. The archetypal self expresses itself in traditions that are atheistic traditions of spirituality. It's not a matter of being a monotheistic or a fundamentalist at all to believe that structure exists. It is one of the most destructive and really misleading developments and discourse in the area of depth psychology, to lead people to believe that one is in a Jungian tradition if one does not believe the psyche has a fairly clear structure in the unconscious. Those that say that the archetypes are sort of all over the place, that they have no real interlocking structure, or that they're merely fictions, are images that really carry the psyche without any relationship to any kind of deep structures. In my view, those persons are really basically metapsychologically Adlerians. Now, since I'm also an Adlerian analyst, I don't consider that a negative comment. But one of the things that I want to make clear for our group today is that when I use the word Jungian psychology or analytical psychology, I take the word seriously. That has content for me intellectually. You can't be just anything and call yourself responsibly a Jungian or an analytical psychologist. The litmus test in my mind to determine whether one can appropriately utilize that is whether or not there is some affirmation of a collective unconscious that is grounded in evolutionarily based deep structures. Anyone can say anything they wish, but in Jung's own tradition, the archetypal self is the repository of codes of these structures. And so in the tradition of Jungian thought that I consider myself a part of, we do not believe that archetypes are merely fictions. We believe that they are grounded in human evolution. They are grounded and rooted in neurophysiologically based deep structures. And that probably within 50 to 100 years, if we survive, we will know the biochemistry and neurochemistry of most of these patterns. There have been enormous leaps on these things in recent years, leaps forward, but we're still very primitive about that. But in any case, we are a species. Our evolutionary heritage matters. Archetypes are not just all over the place. That is, significant ones for human existence. And Therefore, when I utilize a Jungian perspective on looking at mythic traditions, I'm not just cataloging images. I'm trying to decode the deep structures that underlie those traditions and to ask myself what a particular tradition highlights and what it de-emphasizes, because just as a particular family emphasizes certain aspects of the diamond body of the self, different traditions highlight different aspects of the diamond body of the self. And so if you're working on spirituality and spiritual traditions, you will notice that Franciscans actualize one aspect of the diamond body, Jesuits actualize another, Dominicans another, and so forth and so on. And if we have a psychology of wholeness, and if we're concerned about a spirituality, an approach to spirituality of human wholeness, then we have to be looking at these different traditions in the context of how they relate to the potentials that are encoded in the human psyche. So this is sort of the assumptive world that I come at this from. And so in my view, there are really basically sort of three great traditions in Jungian circles today. And I think it's very interesting. They actually amount to this. They amount to sort of a Freudian reading of Jung, an Adlerian reading of Jung, and a sort of a later Jungian reading of Jung. Freudian readings of Jung are those people that are often talked about in Jungian circles as the developmental wing or the clinical wing. They misuse the word clinical on that. They assume that archetypal Jungians are not clinical, but they're very clinical. It's just that they're not developmental. But the wing of Jungian psychology that puts a lot of emphasis on early childhood experience, the Kleinian Jungians, the Fordham Jungians, the Jungians that study object relations theory, the Jungians that put tremendous emphasis on psychoanalytic self-psychology in relating to Jung. Those persons are they're really reading Jung through a lot of Freudian tradition, and it's rich, wonderful material. And that's one kind of tradition. The people that come out of James Hillman and his whole tradition of archetypal psychology, I deem to be fundamentally Adlerian Jungians. That is to say, following Adler, they de-emphasize any structure in the unconscious, don't really believe it exists. They view unconscious fantasy materials as basically fictions that have great practical significance. And so you have to learn to pay attention to these fantasy materials for practical reasons, but you don't look to them for any guidance or structure. You have to become very conscious about relating to them in a constructive way. So that's an Adlerian reading. Yes? Well, insofar as Robert Johnson has published things that are more theoretically oriented, I think he's more classical. That is, the classical wing, or the sort of the more the tradition that kind of comes out of the later Jung, is a tradition I think best represented by the work of someone like Edward Edinger, and look at his book Ego and Archetype, and which he talks about the necessary emergence of the ego from the archetypal self, and yet needing not to be alienated from the archetypal self. And he's got really helpful diagrams, and it's that tradition that I think is more faithful to the late Jung, emphasizing the difference between the archetypal self, which is the deep center, and the sort of the repository of the blueprint, and the ego, which one has to struggle mightily to develop and form and strengthen in a way that parallels what Kohut talks about in terms of the structure, the development of a cohesive little s self. So if you notice, there is a de-emphasis on the archetypal self in the first two. in the tradition of Edinger and persons like James Hall, and I think Robert Johnson is closer. I don't know if you wouldn't. I mean, Robert probably wouldn't want to be categorized, of course, but I think his emphasis on the way he approaches dream interpretation and the way he relates spirituality and Jungian psychology and the Hindu influence on Robert Johnson, which is very rich. I mean, he goes and lives in India quite often. I think he's probably in the more classical expression. Now, I say that I come out of that tradition, and I affirm Jung's understanding of deep structures. I affirm that the archetypal self is an encoded entity that does have guidance available for human beings. I agree with Jung that it doesn't automatically happen, though. That is to say, with Edinger, you don't automatically form an adequate, healthy relationship between the ego and the archetypal self. That is something that has to be worked on mightily and with great struggle to differentiate oneself from the great one within, but relate to that in a regulating way. So that's the tradition that I would put this in. Anybody want to raise a comment right there before I go on?
That's like a synthesis feels very
Yes.
resonant with this later Jungian orientation and that relationship between the self and
Yes.
the ego, personality,
Yes.
and the need to work mightily at integrating that.
I think so. Assagioli, I think, was clearly one who would be very much closer to the classical Jungian position and sought to make clarifications about the higher expressions of the self, and I believe that'd be where you would get a differentiation. If you read Jung closely, there's a great overlap between Assagioli and Jung, even in their later forms. Differences in terminology and so forth, but the essential thing in that is that with psychosynthesis as well, there is a sense of a center, a true center that's not the ego center, and that I think is extremely important. I mean, you can say anything you want, but to deny in Jung to make the idea of a true center that is not the ego. To dump that and still call yourself Jungian, I think is playing around with language. I mean, I don't know what that means anymore. You know, that means maybe a groupie or something, some great guru. You know, and again, when I say a lot of these people are Adlerians, I have a lot of good friends that are Adlerians and do good therapy, but they're not Jungians, and they know it. So anyway, let me just point here now to the way in which I believe that I've been able to decode this a little bit further than Jung was able to in his lifetime. And again, if I did not believe that this is science, I would feel differently about that. But I believe that this is a matter of uncovering what has always been there in our species. And so if I can point you to the appendix to this King volume, which is where the series of diagrams which elaborate this are. Long after I realized that that the model, a geometric model for the shape of the archetypal self was an octahedron, I discovered in Jung's volume 9-2 the series on the structure of the self, no less. His series of octahedral charts, and you can look at that in Ion, the Collected Works, Volume 9, Part 2. Jung was following these traditions, and he was convinced that this is a geometrical image of the structure of the self. And in that chapter, he does a lot of work toward trying to figure out, well, what would you locate where on this structure? You know, I know that the psyche's got these different forms and functions. I intuit that this is the shape. What is in the different quadrants? And you can look at that section and see what he came up with. it's interesting, but it's gonna require a little mystical illumination for you to get what he's talking about there. John Layard's book, A Celtic Quest, in which he takes the Mabinogion and also uses the octahedral shape. This is a diagram from his work. He was one of Jung's students. It is, I think, his work, I think, is more understandable than Jung's on this. And it's really interesting to look at the legend on that. But interestingly enough, the one I think who came closest to the way I think these structures actually are in the psyche was Tony Wolff, Jung's colleague and lover and probably mentor over the years. This is her diagram of her understanding of the female psyche. And Jung, in his later years, had tended to believe that the fourfoldness of the psyche, he had really gotten into typology, and he had gotten into these four functions: intuition, thinking, feeling, and sensation. And so his original preoccupation with the fourfoldness of the psyche, which he put enormous research into, just look at the index to the collected works, he turned away from into typology. And I, for one, believe that what he was able to do there was really deal mainly with feeling and sensation, and not for the more extroverted expressions of the self. And I think that that is probably the reason that the classical Jungian point of view attracts mainly introverts and not extroverts, because the theory as he left it was, I think, imbalanced toward introversion and depreciating of extroversion. And you see that to this day in Jungian circles. It's not a popular thing to be an extrovert and a Jungian. Or to, yeah. Is that right? That's right. Now, as we'll see in a minute, I think that there's a tendency in Jung to, as with so many psychotherapists, to spend a lot of time in the magician-lover quadrants of the psyche. And you can look at different psychotherapists, and depending on their school of thought, they will be more or less in the lover in some way, even if it's enacting it out with their patients. But you will see very little emphasis, except for the behavioralist, on action. And I think that is not a reflection of the way the self is. I think that's a reflection of Jung's own journey. Freud was far more extroverted than Jung. And you can tell it to this day because the Freudians are far more effective at establishing themselves externally in institutions than either the Adlerians or the Jungians. It's no accident, I think, that the Freudians dominate so much of the psychiatric establishment that still uses psychoanalytic thought. But anyway, Wolff's thing is fascinating to look at. She said that the female psyche is fourfold in its structures. This was in a series of lectures she gave at the Jung Institute in Zurich. And she said it's really in the mother, which I talk about as the queen archetype, the medial woman, by which she meant sort of a psychic type of woman, and which I associate with the magician female, the hetera, which was her word for the Aphrodite-like lover woman who loves men and everything else plurally, right? But she loves them individually too. See? And the Amazon, which I associate in my work with the warrior. Now, she had these arranged in a way which I don't believe picked up on the structural polarities that exist. But she did, I think, pick up on what the four patterns are. She did not emphasize that women need to embody all of them in a balanced way. She talked about the way in which one or the others of these will dominate you as a woman. And of course, that tends to be true, right? We tend to be dominated by one or two of these energies in the psyche. But you have to take a stance somewhere on whether or not being dominated by one or two and mythologizing that is the way to go, or whether we really should be trying to achieve wholeness and balance in the self. And there's people that argue about that. So, I mean, there's a lot of argument about that, whether or not you should grab your myth and be the best of that and forget trying to develop your inferior functions or not. And that's a big argument. We can talk about that. But the other thing that I would say about Toni Wolff's work on this is that she gave us, like so many psychologists, a sort of a psychopathology of femininity. That is, she did not emphasize wholeness in the female psyche. And she did not, when she's talking about the aggressive woman, by talking about her as an Amazon, she tended to pathologize female aggression, rather than acknowledging that a woman accessing her aggression does not need to cut off her breast and be very hostile and destructive for males. That is a psychopathology of the feminine, not an image of wholeness. But I mean, to give her credit, I think she, more than any other Jungian person trying to decode these deep structures, I think she got them. I think she was right. She got the structures. And the only real thing that is different in the work that Douglas Gillette and I have done is that we have tried to discern what the polarities are, if there are polarities built into the structure of the self. Almost all depth psychologists today, even Freudians, it's amazing, the Freudians today are putting a lot more emphasis into innate polarities. And Theodore Milan's work, his newest work, is based on polarities in the self and on healing coming through balancing polarities and achieving cohesiveness. So it's like everybody is moving toward a model of polarities and integration. And so that is the direction in psychology, catching up finally with Jung. So let me quickly run us through this. Yes?
I want to make a comment.
Yes.
Probably not in the direction that you're going,
okay.
But it came to mind.
Yes.
When you were talking about Toni Wolff's work in the Amazon and that's the meanings inherent in that word.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just thinking about how when I took your courses a few years ago on the archetypes of masculine psychology, there's so much I could absorb from that into my own life, although I wanted to then meet with other women to explore, more. And there you have the four archetypes for the woman. And I have to tell you that for me personally, there's something weaker about having the queen on top. I find it like I feel the warrior, I feel the magician, I feel the lover, but the queen always feels like she's second to the king. And it's almost like if that were called monarch, I could feel it more strongly.
That tells us a lot about your culture.
Little girls today say they want to be king. They know the difference.
Yes, that's right. And Adler picked up on the masculine protest here. And his view of that was that culture, that people pick up on what the biases in the culture are, and what's worthy and what's good, and what one should be striving for. But I want to point, in my view, I think that is because of the culture of patriarchy, that it's very difficult for particularly our culture, and I see this constantly among feminist theologians, it's very difficult for them to imagine an empowered woman, a queen, one who really is queen and who really rules with full empowerment, who is not second best or second fiddle or simply a figurehead or a consort. I might say that it is easier for kings and queens to deal with consorts than it is to deal with kings and queens. You can remain your own narcissistic self and deal with a consort. But in order to allow a queen or a king to be an equal on the throne with you requires transformation of the narcissism, which is an incredible achievement. And in most of the human epics, it has not occurred. Well, we ought to talk about the Ramayana tomorrow as an image of that. But anyway, I know you're right about that, and about the feelings. It's a very widespread feeling that the queen does not capture, for people in our culture, a sense of potency. But I think that is very culturally specific. For example, if you were a traditional Hawaiian, you would not feel that way. See? You would have many rich images of an extremely powerful female queen who was all the good, and the little males that ran around her trying to serve her needs, various and sundry, would have the same kind of weight that you tend to put on females in a patriarchal culture. Yes, bees, if you were bees, indeed. Indeed.
Well, the problem in there is that the 3 of your 4 archetypes, they are gender non-specific.
Yes.
And then on that one, it's gender specific. And so it opens the Pandora's box.
Yes, yes. Well, but I really think that they are all gender specific in the sense that they are mediated through an engendered body. They are incarnated in a body. And the more we learn about human beings is that the way you are embodied has ramifications for everything. The hormonal structures and the structures of perception are influenced by that. And the scientific evidence is accumulating rapidly about that, and is going to continue to accumulate rapidly. So that would mean that the female warrior is not a clone of the male warrior. And the female magician is not a clone of the male magician. And certainly we know that the female lover is not a clone of the male lover. And that there is a field, a dynamic field that exists between these things. There are many similarities, and I would argue that the challenges to embody these forces are parallel. But I don't ever expect males to embody the lover in the same way that females embody it, or aggression in the same way that I think there's a healthy, embodied, incarnated, regulated, integrated way for both genders to embody fully these things, but I don't think wholeness exists in genders. I think wholeness exists in partnership with our species. In other words, our species, unlike the Christians and their male god, wholeness does not exist in a male being or a female being. For our species. Now, if we were another species, it might well be the case that it would. But in our species, these things come engendered. And yes.
In our culture, in the culture, this is where I feel that we were talking about the goddess and this
Yes.
women's spirituality piece.
Yes.
And then we began talking very quickly about marriage.
Yes.
And I feel in our culture, this piece of the feminine
Yes.
needs to be filled out before
Absolutely.
we can move into an equal partnership.
Totally agree, but I feel exactly the same way about males. Most males in our culture are female-identified males. They are not centered in any kind of sense of their own gender. And what this actually does to them is to make them fear and hate women. And wherever you see throughout the world males abusing females, it is a very common pattern that these are cultures in which there is no healthy relatedness to the feminine or to the masculine. But anyway, we'll get into that a lot later. Let me just finish the structural dimensions, and then we can talk about the applications later. We've got another hour. But let me put the forces up here on this. The warriors are just mythic images for aggression. Aggressive potentials. In psychology today, we call those effectance or adversarial self-object needs or aversive self-object needs. You can think about them as the capacity to focus, the capacity to act, the capacity to form adequate boundaries, the capacity to stand pain for a worthy involvement. And the developments in recent psychoanalysis, it's non-Jungian psychoanalysis, is amazing. I recently sat at a conference with an outstanding feminist Freudian psychoanalyst from New York City, and she was coming online very powerfully about recognizing the importance to call feminine aggression, and not saying that aggression is masculine. She was saying that is sexist, and what we've got to do is to understand that this is a line of development, and unlike Freud being not clear about this, that we have to learn to take this energy in females, she was saying, and see to it that it gets recognized and integrated into the feminine self. That was a red letter day for me. I sat there and marveled and applauded at this. So this movement toward recognizing healthy aggression as a component of the structure of the self has gained a lot of momentum, and it is against these quietist tendencies and passive tendencies that people in spirituality and in New Age psychology have emphasized. It's probably one of the great challenges of our time to see if we can't imagine healthy integrated aggression better for both genders.
It's really coloring that
That's right.
view in Jungian psychology.
That's right. I totally do not ascribe to classical readings of animus. I do not believe that a woman's aggression is masculine. I think that is a slander on femininity. I believe that it is a deeply fully potential part of herself, and that patriarchal cultures cripple women and girls first and then women, by teaching them that their aggression is really boyish. That's boyish somehow. Yes.
So you mentioned about those Tony Wolf's Amazon woman.
Yes.
Where, you described more like a warrior for the female
Yes.
side.
Yes.
But actually, her structure was the logos, developed the logos of a woman.
Yes, right.
Sufficient to,
Right.
or it's
Yeah.
not an aggression.
Yes, but you see, I think there again, that's very Jungian of her to equate it with developing a thinking capacity in a woman, and that's where I think the typological emphasis in the classical. Yes, I think that the tendency to get into typology with that is misleading for people, because you're developing your magician when you develop that logos side. And again, that's not male or female. The capacity to think really clearly and to organize the thoughts and to map things out is a function of the magician. And to say that a woman who's developing her logos, her capacity to do that, to recognize patterns, is becoming more masculine, is really a patriarchal plot. And so all those traditional, anytime you read that traditional Jungian stuff on animus and anima, what is anima and what is animus, you've really got to watch it. It's sexist 19th century Victorian stereotypes, and we've got to get beyond it. That's why I want to offer this model, because if you will notice, the four powers are parallel. The challenge of the feminine is totally parallel to the challenge of the masculine. She has these energies within. It does not mean that they necessarily come online with the same ease in most people, or with or greater difficulty depending on your gender. I do not believe that developing these at certain times of life are symmetrical. For example, I think it's very difficult for young females to become as aggressive as they need to as soon as they need to. I think that is true because of culture. I think, unfortunately, because of the vicissitudes of our biological evolution, I think it's also sociobiologically true because of the way our species has divided roles in terms of the caring for the young. And we can talk about that some as we go. But my feeling about that is that what has happened in human cultures is that patriarchal cultures have taken our biological gender differences, and they, instead of balancing them and helping us to compensate with them as soon as possible and to move us toward wholeness in the four powers as early as possible for both genders, what they've done is to stereotype them and then put the power of culture into maintaining and exaggerating the biological differences which very likely do exist. And so what happens is, for example, if you're a little girl, you get extinguishing responses when you are aggressive. Little boys in a lot of homes do too. But statistically speaking, male children get more reinforcing responses to their aggression than female children do. We have to think about what would happen in our societies if very early in life, little girls, that we got together and we realized what we're doing to our children, and we saw to it that our children from the earliest ages were supported in all four quarters from the earliest times, that they never knew a time, the children in our homes never knew a time when they did not have support of the four quarters of their psyche. They can still pursue what they want to gravitate toward more because of their own trajectory. But, for example, what would happen if little girls never learned that their being incisive and assertive verbally at a very early age and physically at a very early age made them less feminine? And you got to play with that because it doesn't exist now. And the research that's coming out now suggests that we have not improved a great deal on this. We've improved some in some social locations, but not much. And slavery is increasing, and prostitution is increasing throughout the planet. And so a lot of these old stereotypes have been enhanced instead of changed. But anyway, Freud worked the love-aggression axis. Adler and Kohut put a lot of emphasis on the superiority and social interest kind of axis, the narcissistic needs continuum. I can recommend the work of Don Browning, which has shown that if you study the different forms of psychotherapy that exist today, and Browning is not a Jungian, he's one of the cultural interpreters of psychology. And in his recent work on William James, he pointed out that there are four cultures of psychology that you can discern today. There is the culture of care, which I associate with the king and queen quadrant. That is, psychologists that are operating chiefly out of that develop a culture of care in psychology. He talks about Erickson and Kohut basically out of that. He says there are cultures of detachment in psychology, and he's primarily talking about these abstinent Freudians who are totally distant and do not want to associate with you at all when they're doing therapy with you, and after they terminate with you, you become a non-being. Culture of detachment. That I associate with a magician, and that's why I've often said that I think that a lot of Freudian psychoanalysts are in a magician inflation. They're into being detached rather than teaching right detachment. He also talks about a culture of control. by which he was talking about behavioral approaches to therapy which emphasize changing behaviors to alter schemas. That I associate with the warrior. It's not developed nearly as much in therapy as I believe it needs to be. And then he talked about the culture of joy in psychology. The culture of joy, by which he was talking about humanistic psychologies. Psychologies that put a lot of emphasis on expressiveness and feeling and touching and hugging and group experience and so forth, and which I would associate with the lover. So in any case, you can plot a lot of the different psychologies on this, and it's no accident. You can think about different virtues that emerge in each of these quadrants of the self. And you can see easily the shadow side. The shadow stuff is laid out in the diagrams in the King, Warrior, Magician, Lover book. But you notice at the base, if you're looking at this as looking down on a pyramid, at the base you have a wide polarity. And toward the apex of this you have a movement toward integration. I wanted to point out to you that Jung's idea of the transcendent function can be seen imaged in this. Because for Jung, the transcendent function was something grounded in the archetypal self, which constantly was luring you toward integration of your opposites, toward your capacity to hold the opposites in a creative tension and relate to them in a creative way. And I think looking at the way in which the archetypal self seeks to lure us toward an integration on these polarities is a visual image of what Jung talked about as the transcendent function. Do you and I ever achieve the apex of the pyramid? Probably not. That is, in our ego or our little less self. But at least we have a vision of this. And in us is a lure to help us move toward the balancing and integration of those opposites. So if you have this sense of the higher center in the psyche, the transcendent function, you don't have to ever claim you've achieved it. But there's an affirmation that there's something in you that knows when you're close and which can dance that, and there's something in you that knows when you're getting out of balance. Why don't I just make some more just closing comments on this, and then we can discuss this in the time that we've got as the microcosm that I think is operative. If I were to write on the top of this octahedral thing, on the left, the masculine self and anima underneath, and on the right, the feminine little s self and the animus underneath, that would be the way I would see this as cohering with Jung's theory. In other words, rather than the animus simply being some masculine traits of a woman, I see it as a fully encoded, rich experience of masculine potentialities that are in her deep unconscious, and the vice versa for the woman. So the animus in a woman is as rich in its structure and potential as the masculine ego of a male, and vice versa for a man. It is in these codes for the contrasexual that our potential for recognizing and relating creatively to the other gender lies. And I think Jung was quite right to emphasize getting to know, you got to deal with your shadow and your own gender to get enough structure to be able to stand the shock of dealing with the deeper part, which is your contrasexual. It's what he said. If you look at this geometric model, I think you can see why that's the case. So in other words, even after you do your work with the shadow, there's an enormous amount of deep work to do with the connection with the other. The other is truly other, and I think you can think of the fully developed feminine and the fully developed masculine in a way much like some of these neo-pagans do in terms of the partnership between the god and the goddess, and of the field that exists between them. The world, or cosmos, you might express as a field that opens up between them. You look in mythology, you often notice that it is that the male and the female parts have to separate like this to make room for the world. So there's an image of the microcosm. Yes?
I'm finding that thinking about this journey into becoming more aware of the king in my psyche and balancing these four different energies in a creative way is an overwhelming developmental journey. But when I begin to think that deeper in my psyche is this whole contrasection, it's almost like a blown circuit. I mean, I don't know how to hold that. I don't know how to hold that. My next step is to identify queen energy in me.
Well,
I
and
don't
see,
want to sound like
no.
I don't know what the queen is in my.
Well, see, that's exactly the response people have always had to Jung when he talks about dealing with the contrasexual. I'm just saying that I think he was right about that. It is an enormous challenge. It is it's difficult, and you can tell it's difficult. All you got to do is look at human history. But I'm not one of the androgynists. I don't believe that the way for you to understand the feminine is simply do it as inner work. I think, the way I like to think about that is that you have the hardwiring that will enable you, if you're really sensitive to it, to dimensions of the other that is in you. There is an other in you that's not I. And Jung always said you need to address the anima or the contrasexual as you, not I. And so there is an other in you that can help you relate to the outer feminine. And so it's, I think the challenge is to relate to the other in the outer world. That's the big challenge, to relate and cooperate with the other in the outer world for a cosmos, for something that can't be made by one gender or the other. See, I think one of the things we've got to talk about tomorrow is we're not going to have any cosmos in the outer world if there's not partnership between the genders. If we don't find a way to really partner and empower each other in the places where we're weakest. But so I think that even if you're a gay person, you've got to face. Doesn't matter that you're gay in this respect. You have to learn to relate to the gender that is not yours. Because to relate in a valuing, affirmative, empowering way. And so people always say, well, what about for gay people? I say, look, if you're gay, if you're a gay male, you still must learn to relate in a powerful, empowering way to females of our species. And the same thing is true of gay females relating to males. Boy, there's a lot of grim looks that I get at that, because they... But so it's really not a matter of sexual preference here. It's a matter of the otherness of the other gender. What is the greatest challenge against our narcissism? Relating to somebody that's truly different. And yet being able to learn and listen and acknowledge that no matter how long I live and how many imaginal dialogues I do with my anima, I am not going to be understanding the feminine like she does. It doesn't matter how many retreats I go on and spend all this time dialoguing with her. I'm never going to get it in the same way that you get it. And the same thing is true about men for women. So you're right. It is an enormous challenge. And the worst thing is that if we don't get this together fairly soon, there are not going to be any two human genders. We're going to hang it all up. See? Other comment, yeah.
Just to say that, and I appreciate the idea of trying to relate to the feminine and masculine elements in either gender.
Yeah.
What I have been told by people who made an allusion to that is that if we look at the relationship on the hard level of what it's like on the outside and see what we relate to our male and female counterparts, that gives us an idea of where we are with it.
Yeah, that's right.
And I am also intrigued by your last comment, which was somehow we have a impending castle of doom here we've got to deal with, and we'll look at that tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a lot. Well, if you look at the difficulty of people cooperating to have a home, to have a male and a female cooperating, whether they're married or not, to have a home. And just look at that. And then you ask the question about whether we're going to be able to secure the sustainable environment. Then you've got an idea of what a challenge. And then you put on top of that the tendency for there to be so many intellectual leaders in our culture who are playing let's you and him fight, let's you and her fight. I mean, that is the end game now. That is so in. Let's see if we can't teach you new ways to hate males. Let's see if we can't teach you new ways to hate females. And there are a lot of people playing that game, and they're doing it with race now, and they're doing it with cultures. It's in to be racist in many intellectual circles today, and it is just a very difficult situation that we're facing. But I want to stand by that, because if we do not face the fact that this is not going to be done by one gender by itself. If it's to be achieved, it's going to be just as the myths envision it, a sort of a mysterium conjunctionis. There's going to be a partnership and a mutual kind of cooperation toward world. And it is scary as it can be to think about that, yes.
I think these differences are heating up now.
Yes.
But, all the differences, all the
yeah.
tension and sexual tensions,
Yes.
it's like they're on the edge
That's
of that
right.
apocalypse or whatever.
Yes. And maybe I like to, when I'm in my more positive moments, I think, well, if you look at history, right before the big cultural transformations, everything heated up like that. And so I can think, well, there's a lot of energy building up. Maybe we're really going to go through a window now.
It's going to force us to figure out how to deal with the differences, because it's going to keep that edge. If we don't, we die.
Right. Well, and that is the important thing I think we want to focus on tomorrow, to really get past our denial about, there are a lot of people that would like to think that this is just psychology. We're just going to do this little New Age inner work thing here. We're going to have a workshop, do a little inner work stuff. When in fact, the timelines and the trajectories that are occurring on so many fronts are so negative now on the planet. That we really have to envision this decisive kind of transformation in a way that is not simply someone's New Age fantasy. This has to be something that we can map out in some way. That is, what would it look like? How would it work? Well, what I want us to be thinking about today in terms of this stuff is that, I really think that in our species we have got these blueprints for balancing these opposites, and I don't think this is going to be provided by any culture. I don't think look at the cultures we've got in this world. They're all fallen cultures. Even the best of the tribal cultures have much shadow stuff in them. I mean, and those that are so romantic that they can't see that, they just need to study more history, and they need to study the cultures in more detail. If you look closely at tribal cultures, they've all got their shadow dimensions. And I might say a lot of it is for the feminine, because in the history of our species, males have had enormous coercive power, simply because of the way in which they have evolved as the gun platforms of this species. And there is, that is to say, if you look at male evolution, if you look at the evolution of the male body, And if you look at the history of our species' evolving social organization over the centuries and millennia, you will notice that males have been selected out for aggression. And there is extensive stuff about the differences in blood supply to the skin in males and females, the difference in responses to pain because of wounds afflicted upon the limbs, the capacity for certain forms of movement, the male kinds of perceptions in terms of fields, in terms of being able to locate certain kinds of threats quicker at a distance. In other words, we hear a lot about the inadequacy of male peripheral vision, which is true in relationship to the female, and certain sort of blind spots in male perception, perceptual styles and actual perceptual capacities. But there are parallel ones which are directly related to the male warrior function in human societies. So what that has done, as long as the species is very unconscious, that coercive force will be brought to bear against women and children at the whim of male animal. And so it's, in my view, evolutionarily no accident that we have seen male coercive powers abused a lot throughout the evolving history of our species. And so when you look back at these tribal cultures, you will see in great numbers of them the abuse of male coercive capacities. And that ought to give us a way of thinking about the necessity for this to be balanced by the different kinds of capacities and potentials of the feminine partner, to alert males to certain things and help the male develop in areas where he is evolutionarily predisposed to have difficulties. And this is the kind of potential that exists for us in partnership, so that, let's put it this way, so that the female of our species develops much better capacities to protect herself than she has had in recent millennia. And yet for the males to develop their capacities for sensibilities and valuations which they can develop but which are more difficult for them, so that the male's power could be brought to bear in ways that the female might not need quite as much capacity for self-defense. But, I mean, we're talking about an enormous challenge now, an enormous challenge in which we, at the same time, we try to take the places and the sort of trajectories that we have an advantage upon, and we share these things. But we try not to depreciate and demonize the strength of the other gender that has evolved. Now, there's nothing, in my view, final about the current state of evolution. And as a Whiteheadian philosopher, I believe that there is a lure toward even greater embodiment and balancing of the opposites in the evolutionary process as it's ongoing. So I don't think there's anything final about our embodiment of these polarities now. But I think we have to look at our work as we have to take where we are now and work with where we are now with some vision of better embodiment for the future. So anyway, let me just finish my wrap, and then we'll kick this around. So I think that there really is this microcosm encoded in the self, and I believe when you're looking at that Tibetan picture of Shambhala, or you're looking at these tankas, you're looking at externalizations of these deep structures. And I think one of the tragic things, it's very interesting. I said to Theodore Milan recently in a workshop with him that he's going to have to rework his whole system to account for gender differences in order not to be depreciating and pathologizing certain behaviors in males and females. Because if I'm right about this, you cannot just take a psychopathology model that pretends to be non-sexist. Because by virtue of doing that, for example, let me give you an example of this. By not acknowledging different developmental patterns in terms of the development of these four powers in typical males and females, anytime a female patient is hostile and aggressive toward a therapist, particularly a male therapist, but I'm not sure that female therapists are all that much better at dealing with aggressive female patients, they tend to be diagnosed more severely because of their manifestation of aggression. They tend to be seen as borderline patients if they express their aggression to the therapist. If you redid the kind of testing to balance for that sort of thing, a lot of these people, when tested, would be seen as developing strengthened self rather than failing in self-control. You follow that? That rather than being cursed for losing control, they would be blessed, in effect, by the testing and saying, aha, this is really coming online now. And that would change the attitudes of therapists toward aggression in the female.
Is it
Yes.
a cultural thing? Because we don't expect women to be aggressive.
Yes, it is, and it's hidden in the testing. It's hidden in the assumptions of the tester. You will find that if you look, there's a whole lot more work that needs to be done about sexism in testing and sexism in diagnosis. But this patriarchal thing about what women are and what they're not in terms of these four powers, which goes right back to the Victorian era, is embedded in attitudes that are used in psychology and psychotherapy today. It's really dangerous to go to a therapist because it's very often you will get a therapist with these kind of gender stereotypes about what is appropriate for female or male. For example, if you get a male that's really into his feelings, look at what the media has done with the men's movement about men who weep and grieve. I mean, you get this enormous caricature and satirization of males who get in touch with their feelings in midlife, when it is precisely in midlife that males come up on their trajectory to deal with their lover potentials. And so a lot of therapists will medicate males that get into their feelings and call this a XYZ depression, when really, when you have been a person and you've been out of touch with your feelings through 35 and 40 years, and then you happen to be a male, and this stuff is sort of biologically encoded to really flood you at 40. So you get into all these feelings, and so you realize what you did to your family. You realize what your family did to you. You realize what you did to your spouse, and you realize what you've done to your children. You realize what you've done to your people at work. You realize the values you've lived your life under. Now, ask me, am I going to be depressed? I'm going to be greatly depressed. I'm going to look depressed. I'm going to be sad. But the clinician is going to say, I'm depressed, and they're going to medicate me. You see? And if he doesn't medicate me, I'm likely to drink a lot of booze. And I'm going to act out, and I'm going to be considered an addict. When in fact what I'm struggling with is this particular potential that's come online. Culture has not taught me that a weeping man is not a shameful thing. Yes.
I have to add here, as a healing professional, this aspect in homeopathy and chiropractic both agree that symptoms are answers.
Yes.
It's the allopathic system that's saying, aloe, and Greek means different. If it's different, kill it, squelch it.
Yes, yeah.
So I see this as something in a bigger sense.
Yes, that's right. And so it is not true that all males and females follow the same trajectory, because if given your family and your culture and your birth order, You may have been, for example, I followed a very female trajectory in my own life development. What I would call statistically feminine. And my brother was set up for much more of a traditional masculine trajectory. And some of you females may have gone around the warrior, magician, lover way. And I submit to you that if you look at your family of origin and your birth order, you will probably see how you were disposed, and if you think about it, you will be aware of certain problems this creates in your own adaptation to life, just as I can experience that in mine. The real key, however, we got to keep in mind, the key is wholeness. What is wholeness? It's dancing the four quarters. Does it really finally matter about the order or sequence? Well, it matters in the sense that there are different difficulties when you go around this way than when you go around this way. The difficulties are different. The challenge is still the same. Once you are fully empowered in each of these sectors, then you will have what the Freudians call a cohesive self, and you will be really incredible functioning human being. But anyway, you get the sense that when you're speaking statistically, there's enormous evidence that there are gender differences in the sequence. When you're speaking of individuals, you never know. You have to find out what that particular person's experience has been. Yes?
You say trajectory. You mean that direction, and that little arrow there is
yes. Most males, statistically speaking, get more into aggression at adolescence. There's all this biology of testosterone that functions for males at that age. And they don't really get into their capacity for the feeling and intimacy development to its fullness until midlife. And that is a trajectory that has fairly statistical clarity. And one of the things that I like to do with people is to show them how the onset of various problems in psychopathology fit that pattern, and how the differences in female psychopathology and male psychopathology can be explained by understanding this asymmetry of the lover and the warrior in the male and the female psyche. They have both, but the female is set up to feel more comfortable with lover energies early in life. And as Gloria Steinem has pointed out, it's very hard to find a really aggressive, competent feminist leader until midlife. And she's absolutely right, and there are reasons for that. Because it is at midlife that the woman says, I can be a general. I'm capable of being a general. And I'm capable of walking away from kids to do big things. And it's not as easy to do that when you're 18 as when you're 38 for a woman. See? Yeah.
What some young gymnasts in the Olympics?
Yes.
On the girls' side?
Yes.
13 and 14 years old. And if you really kind of like read their energy, they are hardcore warriors.
That's right. And they've been socialized that way by family and coaches and so forth, and they have made enormous sacrifices. And you read the biographies of these people, there's a price to be paid for that. They should be free to pay that price, though. They should be free to pay that price.
I had a daughter that was into gymnastics, and she was working real hard at that level too, and her friends, when she was 14, 15, her friends were developing breasts and dating and everything, and she was so underdeveloped physically. She had menstruation, breasts, all of that feminine stuff was just not in her body. And as soon as she quit, she started to develop.
All of that feminine nurturant and lover stuff. That was feminine warrior stuff, see? Yeah, feminine warrior stuff. And you see, one of the amazing things is when you study this space in the psyche, and you see the space that warrior space sets up, the mythology's got it right. When you're into that warrior space, you don't care about kids, except kids as things to defend. You don't care about nurturing individual little beings because the personal tie is not the important tie. And you can look at people and you can tell who's really into warrior stuff, because the ones who are really into cultivating personal ties, this is where in celibacy and in religious orders, all that emphasis on not having personal ties is warrior phenomena. In fact, I've thought often that we need to have a conference for ascetics and religious orders to help them understand the extent to which celibacy is a warrior phenomenon. It's not a lover phenomenon, it's a warrior phenomenon. And so many of the strengths and weaknesses of celibacy as a cultural form is total warrior stuff. Yes?
What I would say, and I was trying to get them much
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Even women find it hard to accept the warrior in women.
Yes.
And while you may be saying this thing about the celibacy of religions, I think that accept a certain amount of it
Yes.
in terms of the warrior,
Yeah.
but try and question your congregation, the status quo.
That's right.
Then again, it's not acceptable.
That's right. And I think that, hey, look, I'm not an idealizer of females. I understand that there's a female shadow. And one of the big aspects of the female shadow is not just denial of their aggression toward males. It is a denial of their aggression toward females, and it's a denial of the need to bless aggression in other females. And this is an enormous aspect of the female shadow that I'm waiting for my feminist colleagues to address and deal with, because it is almost, there's an incredible idealization of the female shadow by a lot of feminist thinkers. They think the only female shadow that exists is their denial of their golden shadow. Well, I'm sorry. Part of being feminine is making it harder to get that aggression conscious and online so that it truly serves the community. And until the females in our world, and here's my thing to women, hope you're listening to this, women, is that we've got to have women who are powerfully blessing feminine aggression in other women and modeling how to relate to it. Because what you're talking about is the need to model how to stay with it when it's coming at you. And not say, well, no, that's infantile. This is an enormous challenge. And here's the thing I like to think about in terms of relating to men. Why are men so crazy, fanatic, aggressive? Well, could it be that males are carrying too much of female aggression in projected form for our species? Could it be that if females began to eat their own warrior shadow and digest it and have it built up as firm, decisive, effective female warrior energy for the earth, could it be that males might become a little better at dealing with their warrior shadow? See, I'm not sure, but I do know that there is such a thing in psychoanalysis. It's called projective identification. Are you familiar with that? Here's the way it works. If I come in and I meet you and I relate to you, and there's some part of my psyche that I'm not comfortable with, I will vomit it out in your direction. And if your boundaries are not good, you will identify with it. And suddenly, you will think that the way you're feeling is really an expression of you, when in fact, I have put myself on you and you have identified with it. And it makes, when you have this phenomenon of projective identification happen in interactions, when it happens to you, you feel very crazy. You start feeling very, very crazy. And you start acting out in unconscious ways. Now look what would also be the case there. If males could stop expecting females of our species to carry the lover virtues and begin eating their lover shadow sooner in life, and integrating that and building that up into empathy, capacity for empathy, capacity for compassion, capacity for attunement, capacity for being in the body in a more appropriate and full way. Might that not be tremendously liberating for the female gender of our species? See, that's not really very, that's really just using old concepts of projection and projective identification to relate to gender issues. But I think we ought to think about that stuff. So there's a sense in which I even like to say to my gay male friends that I think that gay males carry a lot of the lover energy for heterosexual males. And that the fact that they are having to carry so much of this stuff this is not helpful for gay males, having to carry so much of the lover energy of heterosexual males. So there's a sense in which gay males and heterosexual females are carrying a lot of lover energy for heterosexual males. So anyway, now let's open it up. We've got a few minutes. Yeah, Dan.
A gay friend that says that the men's movement is trying to get heterosexual men where gay men are.
And that, well, he says that his gay friend says that the men's movement is trying to get heterosexual men to where gay men are. If where gay men are is a capacity to admit to the power of their lover dimensions in the psyche, then there might be some truth in that. That is to say that the mythopoetic branches of men's work do focus a lot with men on trying to accept their feelings, accept the fact that they have lover dimensions in their psyche that the society does not want them to deal with. And if we ever thought that the society wanted them to deal with it, all we would have had to have done was to look at the ridiculing and humiliating of men who try to do this work in the media to get our minds straightened out about that. But you'd have to have some dogma of what about gay life to know if that's what they meant. But to accept the beauty of men and to accept their feelings and to accept the richness of their emotional life, I think that's a legitimate goal for heterosexual men and gay men. Yeah.
I have a question about your two drawings up there. Are you saying by doing it that way that only, for instance, the independence, ambivalence, detachment, dependence, does that just apply to the male?
No. Let me just say, I didn't get a chance to talk about that, unfortunately. That is Theodore Milan's work. I have simply put up his 4 types of psychopathology there to show how his work corresponds to the geometrical structure of the psyche that I believe exists. Now, he is not a Jungian, but he has come out and said, based on his research, there are 4 fundamental kinds of psychopathology. Psychopathologies of independence, psychopathologies of dependence, psychopathologies of detachment, and psychopathologies of ambivalence. And I'm simply noting it directly corresponds to the structures of the psyche. And if you were to put this on the female, you would have to make sure that you got the dependency on the lover side. And this is I had a chance to chat with him briefly about that. I haven't had a chance to go into this. I think that this geometrical structure gives him a model for all of the findings that he's come up with in his work, because he's done all of this work on self and other and pleasure and pain and all that sort of thing, but he doesn't have a geometrical model to present it.
And likewise, the stuff in the middle could be put over it.
The wisdom stuff is the virtue that goes with the fullest development of the cognitive functions, and it issues in sort of a shamanic commitment to healing. And that would be, I think, equal in males and females. Oh yes. Those things all are virtues of the 4 powers. The pathology of the 4 powers and the virtues of the 4 powers, I see, is essentially the same. And so that's why I think that the cultures of the world didn't didn't feel the need to put it in terms of 8. And so many of the tribal cultures don't make clear gender distinctions on these 4 powers. And I think that they don't do that because the 4 powers are essentially the same. The Navajo talk about the 4 winds. You have to balance the 4 winds if you're going to have emotional health in the Navajo. Many traditions talked about the 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water. And I think that was a direct intuition of these 4 lines of development, separate lines of development. And so I've said to the psychoanalytic community, well, you're right, there's more than one line of development, but it's not 1, it's not 2, it's 4. All you have to do is look clearly at the cross-cultural symbolism which divide the human psyche into 4 spaces, 4 winds, 4 rivers. They knew what they were talking about. Our psyche, our species' psyche is 4-fold. There is this little flip between, as the astrologers would say, between, Mars and Venus. There's a Mars and Venus flip in there. But Mars and Venus are in both of us. It's just that there's a little flip on that. And the bad news is that we've got to get it integrated no matter where we started. Yeah. No, I don't think that's cultural. As I said, I think, and Milan even goes into this in his new book on an evolutionary view of personality. There's a lot of evidence that in the early history of our species, females were socialized into caring for the young because, from a sociobiological point of view, they could have only a very small number of offspring. A female can only have a certain number of offspring if you're a human ape. Males, however, according to sociobiological selection, can have thousands of offspring. And so if the female of the species is protecting her offspring, she has to evolve her personal tie skills, not to lose track of that infant. If the male of the species is going to protect his offspring, his protection of the offspring has to extend to the children of the group. And so he may be less interested in child A, but he may be far more interested in the perimeter of the camp when the baboons come. You follow? Milan has made a mistake of saying that males are more narcissistic, that is, not as interested in the other as females. I think he's totally right. I told him, I said, look, you have not looked at the research on the defensive behavior of male apes in response to attacks on the group. I say that is caring for the offspring. It's just not in as personal, empathic a tie. And that stuff, we've got evidence. This is not a theory. We've got evidence about this. This is a fairly hard-nosed contemporary evolutionary theory. So there are reasons why we're set up biologically to respond differently. It doesn't mean we can't learn more wide-ranging responses and to be able to develop the things we're not so good at naturally. That's where culture comes in. See, culture is human. We are the ape that develops culture and spirituality. Spirituality is ape behavior. What kind of ape behavior? Human ape behavior. What does that mean? It means that we are the species that has developed to the point that we can take responsibility for our culture and for our spirituality as software, so that we can take these potentials, and we have the capacity to do what we're doing here today. We're all apes of a certain very sophisticated kind. And we have the capacity to reflect on our culture and our spiritual life. And we can say, well, how well are we doing at developing these females of our species? How well are we doing at really letting them flower? Well, what should we change? And the same, what are we doing at developing these males of our species? Where is it that we're falling down? What should we be doing differently culturally and spiritually in order to have us flower into the kind of being that we can be? Well, that gets us to our task for tomorrow, right? Now, I submit to you that that's not really that radical an idea, because it's just ethology. We just need to get past our denial. We are apes. You know, Linnaeus, the only reason that they gave us a different genus, than chimpanzees is because it was not politically correct to call us chimpanzees, certain such and such. So once you start thinking about doing myth and spirituality as this is what our species does, then all this stuff becomes a little more understandable. Oh, so this is why our ape, when we were over there in South America, came up with this mythology. And why it's not exactly the same as when our ape did this over here in Africa. It's not quite exactly the same as our ape when it did it in Northern Europe. But you know something? Wherever you find our ape, we do a lot of very similar things, and the spooky thing is that it comes out in very similar patterns. Let me just open it up for any particular agendas you have for us to address in this morning, and then we can keep that in mind as we're working on this stuff together. So just anybody have a question or thought? Any agendas? Not enough coffee, huh? Yes.
Can you explain something about the top one?
Yes.
About the quadrant down below and
Yes.
the arrow there?
Yes. I will go over the kind of issues and that's related to the issue of splitting, how splits occur and what happens. And I want us to turn now to thinking about how these splits get embodied, not just in individual psyches, but how they get embodied in institutions and public life. And so that will be something we'll touch on in just a minute. Other thoughts? Yes.
Personal and social splitting, or evil that comes out of that,
Yes.
and global. If you believe in cosmic evil, could you expand on that as well?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think it's important to remember that there are philosophical ways of talking about these same dimensions. In fact, I would refer you, in terms of that issue of cosmic dimension, to the work of Paul Tillich and Alfred North Whitehead in looking at these kinds of dimensions. But remind me to come back to that when we get past the psychological side of it. I do think you can talk about it as in a way that Jung talked about. Jung kind of thought there were these tensions in God, and if you look at the Answer to Job book, you see Jung's sort of intuition about there being some sort of inner struggle in the Godhead. And of course, that didn't make him popular with a lot of people. But I will try to show you how some of that splitting operates, and would be that I would understand what Jung was talking about. If the psyche splits in a certain way, you end up getting something that I would call a Lucifer complex, which is uncontained aggression and sexuality. Yeah, we see it a lot. That is one of the things you want to think about, and I have people do this a lot. That is to get you draw you a drawing of these four quadrants, and then figure out, if you shade in different quadrants, figure out what the various potential combinations are. They're not unlimited. For example, if a person split, what are the various combinations of how they would split And what would that personality look like? And what would their shadow look like? And what would they project on other people, both in their relationships and in the outer world? And you will find if you do that, you just draw the quadrants, and then you shade in different parts. Shade in. We'll do that together in a minute. But if you shade them in, and you'll notice there are different ways that these things can be filled out, and they issue in different personality patterns, and as I've said, different pathologies, different strengths, though you need to say. They issue in persons with different kinds of strengths. But the other thing is that you can tell what the shadow would be like. This is parallel to what Jungians have always done with the typology and the superior functions and the inferior functions and all that sort of thing. It's really broader than that, but it's parallel to that. So, but what we've got to keep in mind today, since we're talking about the public, is that these inner splits, these splits of the self, are acted out in projected form constantly in our public life. For example, the young males running around with their automatic weapons, having drive-by shootings, are carrying enormous, raw, archaic, archetypal warrior energy, unintegrated warrior energy, uninitiated warrior energy. And if you understand our common life like a family system, which it is, they are carrying a lot of this energy for a lot of the rest of us. Because we don't do our warrior job, people who are very susceptible get flooded with it. And when you get flooded with any particular form of archetypal energy, the rule is, here's the rule, you will act out. Why? Why do you act out when you're flooded with archetypal energy? Because your self has not developed enough cohesiveness to contain it. That's one reason. The second reason is that there is no self. There is no human self that can contain all this archetypal energy adequately without spiritual containers. For most of our human history, they all knew that. They were wise enough to know that they had to have the other world as a repository for all this divine energy, which they would then contact by ritual means and spiritual means. But they wouldn't try to swallow it all. Just drink it all down in one gulp. Drink Lake Michigan in the gulp. They knew not to do that. What we do is, because, as you see, look at our situation. Since we don't have very well-developed spiritual containers now, and a lot of them have been falling away, this energy is loosed on the world. Archetypal energy is loosed on the world. What do? Well, we will try to contain it with our self structures. But since we have not had very nurturant milieus to nurture strong self structures, then splitting occurs as a rule rather than the exception. So we have massive splitting in our society. It's no accident that there's so much chaos in our public life, because all of this enormous energy, you got to remember, each of these quadrants in your psyche is a great, you can almost think about it as a reactor, a nuclear reactor, putting out a certain kind of very powerful radiation energy. In other words, that's not just 7-Up in there. One has to have a transformer to get that energy, each of these 4 forms of energy, down to a usable place. And we're not doing very well, on the one hand, spiritually, by having a place to have this stuff stored until we can use it appropriately. And on the other hand, we have not developed the kind of nurturant milieus that could help individuals contain more of this energy without splitting. Now, what happens when an individual cannot contain enough of this energy? They're depressed. Chronic depression. And depression is a way that our psyche has of not fragmenting. I mean, the inner regulators in our psyches are confronted with this situation. They say, well, I've got all this energy. I can either open the door and let it in and fragment and become psychotic or sociopathic, or I can shut it out, not become crazy in that form, and become depressed, either severely depressed or chronically depressed. Or I can start a ritual practice in substance abuse. And this will help me regulate to some degree all this energy in some form. It's kind of expensive to do it this way, but it is a form of ritualization and regulation. So we have a big task today. That is, we have to work at a lot of different levels on this stuff at once, and that's why there is room for a lot of workers in this vineyard, because there are so many different levels of things that need to be done. That's why, I think it's very important for us to support and work with religious groups and spiritual traditions. That's what we try to do in the Institute for World Spirituality, and other groups of people are trying to facilitate cooperation between religious groups to get their minds on the task at hand. I think that's very important. And it's not just important as kind of crutches. It's important because without a mythic imagination, you can't have the containers you need to hold this energy, the sacred experience of the unconscious. So that spiritual dimension is extremely important. That's a public sphere. And the other thing, this understanding how we nurture healthy, cohesive selves in schools and families and in psychotherapy and that sort of thing is another piece of it. But it won't matter how much psychotherapy we do, because if we don't do better on the spiritual and mythical imagination front, the best we're going to be able to do is what Freud said. You're going to be able to take people and turn them into ordinary, miserable, unhappy folks who are sort of chronically depressed, like he was. And I think we can do better than that. But anyway, so let's get into the walk around this splitting thing, so you can just see the practical side of this, and then we'll turn toward trying to figure out what you would have to do if you were to sort of invest emotionally in cosmos, which I want you to think about. That's what those early Christians thought they were doing when they were talking about being citizens of the kingdom of God. That's what they thought they were doing. And when contemporary fundamentalist Jews are talking about building the new temple back in Jerusalem again, that's what they're talking about. They don't realize that's what they're talking about, but that's the mythic image that has them. They know that somebody's got to build this thing, right? Well, you know they're right. Somebody does have to build the new temple. That's absolutely true. The only problem is it's not just the Jews or the Muslims. It's all of us. So we'll get to that after we look at these splits. Okay, there are two of these that have a lot of ordering energies in them. Only two have a lot of ordering energies. The king and the queen is one section that has ordering energy. That is the sort of the capacity to apprehend and realize the need for a center, and the capacity to be a center. In psychotherapy, when we see a patient that can have an idealizing transference to a therapist, I'm in therapy with you and I attach to you strongly in a positive way. That is a queen transference for me, because I am allowing myself to experience her as a center of form and order, and I'm assuming that she is just and that she will not squander or abuse my trust. See, I may be wrong, but my transference is ordering. And what will happen in my life as a patient, I may have been acting out like mad in very destructive ways, all over the place in all sorts of ways. But if I have a powerful connection and she is not threatened by that, if she's going to be threatened by it, but if she is not too threatened by it, if she kind of understands what's happening, and she doesn't have to say, well, Robert, I'm really not the way you see me. I can't really help you with this. I mean, you're just really, boy, this is a lot of dependency you're putting on me. I think you need to go see Albert Ellis and find a rational, emotive way to handle this, and all this transference stuff is just bullshit, which a lot of therapists will do. But if she just holds it, suddenly in my behavior there's going to be a smoothing out. I'm going to be able to regulate things a lot better quickly. That's what the Freudians used to call the transference cure. It's not a cure. Do you get it? That's not a cure, but it could be a big step toward one, because I connect with this center in her, and if she holds it and she lets me work with this, and she is empathic enough to tell what baby steps I need to take in various areas and to support me in those, I will integrate some of her into myself. I will metabolize it. The Cohoutians say there will be transmuting internalization. Well, that's just an alchemical process, really. I mean, there's just that a lot of her, that connection with her will form order in my psyche gradually, not quickly. It's not a conversion experience. Conversion experiences are, for the most part, usually transference phenomena, transference cures. But if she stays with me, I will be stronger because of being able, for her being able to hold my idealization. And if she doesn't need to keep me dependent and paying, then she will support my gradually developing autonomy even when I start attacking her. She won't, when she notices when I start severing this idealizing bond, she won't take that as a personal attack. She will see that as her success. She has been successful in nurturing my autonomy and my own king and queen within. So that is a source of order. The other sources of a lot of ordering energy are in the warrior quadrants, male and female. And this is why, for example, in hard-nosed frontline psychotherapy, it's extremely important to do behavioral things. That is, not to spend all your time in dream interpretation and in various, kinds of therapeutic techniques that, well, tell me about that terrible trauma when you were sexually abused 14 times by the college football team when you were 2. See, tell me about that again. Let's go through that again. there are a lot of people that have no sophistication in terms of how the psyche changes and heals, and they really believe that taking people back through their traumas again heals them. Well, it doesn't heal them. It's important that the feelings be accessible, but only in those amounts that can be metabolized. Because when you put somebody too much into their feelings section of the psyche, into that lover place, if you put them in it over their head, they drown in it. And their structures that you were developing begin to dissolve again. And so there's a lot, in my view, a lot of re-traumatization of incest survivors and sexual abuse victims by therapists that don't have a clue about how structuralization of a healthy self occurs. And they tend to demonize this person, without even knowing it. They tend to so pathologize this person and to have such a past-oriented psychotherapy that they don't realize this person has potentials that are radically far beyond this abuse experience. See? And so that's an important positive dimension of Jungian thought. Yes.
Well, isn't that so-called theory behind that to desensitize? What they think is desensitizing people to that particular experience. They go over and over again.
Yeah, they've got lots of theories about that, but the problem is that when you don't have a self-psychology which has some idea about the architecture of the self and how you go about building a house of the self, and you get into these very narrow views of catharsis, or catharsis as healing, or desensitization and so forth, there's not enough of a strategy for what you're doing with a person. The movement now, and Milan has even come around to this, you have to be clear what has happened to the self-structure of a person in their traumas. You've got to map this out, because they're not hurt everywhere. They're hurt somewhere. And you have to get sense for where they're hurt, and then you have to develop a treatment plan. And the treatment plan really needs to include more than childhood traumas. Because since that child was traumatized, a lot of other things have happened to them. And they've had to deal with a lot of other experiences in life that are far more complicated than the childhood trauma. And they have learned behaviors that are dysfunctional behaviors that were not there at that time, but have developed around them, as in the Jungian idea of complexes, that stuff is surrounded. So what you've got to do is to increasingly, this is the direction psychotherapy will go, I think. It's going to get away from approaches to psychotherapy which say, well, you've got a broken knee. Well, take this potion A. We're selling potion A today in therapy. You've got a heart failure, take potion A. You've got brain tumor, potion A. In therapy, a lot of people do that. Well, you've got a borderline personality. Well, with dream interpretation. Well, you've got you're acting out violently. Dream interpretation. I'm going to sell you what I got. Well, in the future, responsible psychotherapy will not be done that way. It's going to be done by a capacity for us to look at the selves of individuals, think about them in terms of where their strengths and weaknesses are, and to design treatment plans which really focus on what is broken, and also acknowledge clearly and repeatedly what is not broken. And then this child sexual abuse thing, what troubles me is people can get into a victim place and assume I am broken. And if you're ambulatory, not everything is broken. I mean, there are a lot of strengths in the personality. But let's go on with this now. So, if your personality, because of your family and your culture or your religious order or whatever, has really supported you in these sectors, you're going to tend toward a lot of certain types of ordering. in your personality, and you're not likely to be engaging in a lot of psychopathologies or behaviors which are the result of chaotic disorders. You're going to have more anally oriented pathologies, or you're going to be workaholic nurturers. See? I mean, if you have a tremendous amount of this king or queen energy, it's you're very likely to be, you can be very giving, or you can be very controlling, or both. But you're going to have an agenda, an ordering agenda, if you've got a lot of that. You may be doing it for their own good, or you may be doing it because you want it done. But there will be a sense of order and a sort of a direction you're going to try to take it. In this, if you've got a lot of this warrior energy, you're going to be focusing on doing and behaviors, and you're going to be aware of the action dimensions of life, and you're going to be aware of the consequences of behaviors. So you're not going to be a borderline. You will not be a borderline personality disorder if you're organized that way. However, if you are organized in here and in here, and that is in the lover sector a lot, you have very little integration of this king and queen, this nurturing and ordering program. You're very likely to manifest some borderline phenomena. You're very likely to be more chaotic. See, I mean, even the word borderline in personality, that just means these people there's not a lot of structure in this personality. It tends to oscillate through various places in the psyche. And the borderline even oscillates through the warrior sector, but it doesn't stay there long enough to develop any competence in it. That is, you get a lot of rage responses with borderlines, but you don't get any. One of the typical mistakes that therapists make with borderline patients is the borderline will often look competent. And there is a sort of pseudo-competency in borderline patients, and the therapist will see a certain sort of surface competency and assume that they've got their warrior act together when they really haven't. And the therapist that's not behaviorally oriented will not investigate, okay, tell me again how you approached that. And because if you don't ask enough questions, you won't get to the level of finding out just how unorganized the person is. If they're not organized, the warrior stuff is not online. So, in any case, so if you've got a person that's organized in here, you may have a very compulsive social worker. See? Very busy, compulsive social worker, right? You got a person down in here, and remember, they're not really highly developed in these. They just spend a lot of their time there. They haven't got it mastered because you really can't master these without balancing them, right? In principle. So, so you have a lot of feelings, a lot of depression, probably a lot of substance abuse, hard to control your boundaries, a lot of codependency. And how does the magician stuff come out? Does it come out with great insight? No. Does it come out with great healing agendas? No. It comes out in trickster behavior. It comes out in sort of a sociopathic manipulator kind of form. If you don't understand this, you just get some person that's been in AA for 20 years, and they'll lecture on this because the AA people know this territory. You know, a person that's a sponsor that's been in AA for 20 years can just give you all of the street names in here, in this geography. They know all the street names. They know all the cul-de-sacs. You know, they know every place in there. And they're great at catching people in there. So you get an idea now. So look, there's a split that goes right along this the line here that separates king, warrior, magician, lover. This is also the split that has occurred in traditional religions where you get a Lucifer. How do you get a Lucifer? Well, the magician sector is the section of detaching and rebelling, especially against tyranny, especially against anything that's felt as tyranny. This is the part that questions the powers that be. This is the powers that be. So if you look at these mythologies of the Great Rebellion in heaven, no matter what tradition they come from, you will notice that there are these beings that rebel against the powers that be, whether it's Allah or Yahweh or the Christian God or you name it. And this rebellion, which is standing up to arbitrary power, is demonized in most of these traditions. You can see this very clearly in the Ramayana, the great Hindu epic. In our work on spirituality, we're looking a lot at the Ramayana to see these splits. And in the Ramayana, you see the split between Rama, who is who represents the good king, but he's very good, but he just sort of assumes his hegemony. And the demon king is Rahwana, who rebels. He leaves the country and he goes down to Sri Lanka, and he takes Rama's wife Sita with him. And there's all this innuendo about sexuality in that. So Rahwana is the seducer, sexual being, and he is the rebel. Seducer and the rebel. Those are traditional images of Satan. And so we get this split in the spiritual world, heaven, so to speak, split in heaven between those parts. Well, Jung was questioning that. He thought, now this is weird here. I mean, there's something here that's going on in God, in the Godhead. If you look at all of this as the Imago Dei, that is the Godhead, then that split needs to be healed. In other words, and you see this in the Ramayana. Get the Buck translation of the Ramayana from the Institute. And at the end of it, Rahwana says to Rama, essentially, well, the final act has to be your realizing that you have to take me inside. And there is a healing of that split at the end of the story. There's not a healing of the male-female split. That still has to be done, but you can see that healing of that split between the rebel, the divine rebel, and the divine ruler. Now, you see the difference between this and traditional interpretations? In traditional spiritualities interpretations, God has been associated with the ruler. Jung was suggesting, and I've carried this forward, that the image of God contains both the ruler and the rebel. So the divine imago has to make a place for the divine rebel as well as the divine ruler. Because without those being balanced, all you have from the divine is, as in answer to Job, tyranny. This also has narcissistic implications. Nobody, a lot of the myths about Satan had it that, in fact, you can even see this in some of the epic poems, Paradise Lost, for example. Lucifer wanted to go in there and sit in that big throne. I mean, why should only one have a really glorious throne? I mean, couldn't I at least go in there and sit in that? That's our desire to feel significant. And as long as human beings feel like one group of people or the leader or the ruler has to carry all the significance, we're going to have this kind of split. This is the whole issue of we'll get into later. The true, adequate leader empowers other people's feeling of significance. They do not hoard the significance. So that's a major split. Look at this. A lot of professors split in this way. A lot of intellectuals and professors, particularly people in the hard sciences. That is, they get into a lot of magician warrior space. That guy that developed the 300-foot-long nuclear cannon for Saddam Hussein, if you want an example, I forget his name. Does anybody remember his name? He was murdered because of this project. But he was a classic expression of a person whose technical capacities as a warrior were developed, and his brilliant capacities as an engineer were developed, and he was putting them in the service of making nuclear cannon for the Mideast. So there's another kind of split, and you see this a lot. You see this a lot in some accountants, engineers, technicians of a lot of different forms. They have very little sense of these other sectors of the psyche. They do not tend to get into as much trouble in terms of psychodynamics a lot of the time, at least obvious ones, because they've got some ordering in their psyche. They can order, and they can reflect, and they can detach. And they usually tend to detach a lot from emotional relationships. They have lousy relationships. But we don't really think of them as crazy as we think of people that occupy this space. But in fact, they really are. It's just that they're less chaotic. They're less chaotic because they are participating more in this sort of compulsive ordering. So you can see that split. Yes, ma'am. I think your sociopath, the way I locate a sociopath, the really aggressive, what they call the aggressive personality, there's some discussion whether aggressive personalities are different from sociopaths, or are they the same thing. There's all this discussion in the committee that decides these things. These things are all decided by committees, by vote. It's real scientific. But actually, I think where your aggressive personality, that is the person that's got the agenda, intends to implement it over your dead body, is more in this sector. Because they have their agenda. There is some king or queen energy. They've got their agenda. They know what they want, and they are not inhibited by any feeling dimensions. They're not preoccupied with the pain you're going to feel when they break your legs. One of the things we need to think about today, in terms of long range, there are a lot of these people in the world that are split that way. Clear agenda and a aggressive commitment to implementing it without any regard for any wider understanding or insight or wisdom, and without any regard for human values. This is one of the biggest problems we're facing now. And the problem with your New Age people that you were talking about is they don't want to talk about that. And, because they don't stay around any of these people very much, they don't really know how powerful and frightening this energy is. And therefore they think that everybody meditating at the harmonic convergence is going to deal with these people. But it isn't. See? These are the people that are really behind the radical destruction of your environment. They're the ones that are planning it. They are implementing it with strategic plans. They have business plans. about how they're going to do this. In other words, these folks are organized. And when we get on the issue of resources, and I mean, they've got their act together. These people are not, they have their act together. You know what they're going to do. And depending on how much information, how good they are here in the magician sphere, they've got all the information they need. Yeah.
You got to break through a lot of cultural denial to see the CEOs of these companies as sociopaths.
Yes.
And they are.
Yes, many of them. There is so much denial about the extent of people who are living in that space. Now, let's just ask, why is that? Why do you suppose there's so much denial about the extent of that? You hear it mentioned once in a while, but you don't hear it talked about. Why do you suppose so much denial about it?
It's considered a value that we are to have. We're supposed to be like that. It's something we are supposed to admire, and that this is what we're supposed to live up to. And it's like the PhD institution.
There are certain ways in which, in certain sectors of society, that kind of behavior is lifted up as appropriate. For example, the tailhook business with the Navy, the tailhook scandal. Now, if I ever wanted an example of how being a military officer does not make you a warrior or a knight, they have given it to me on a platter. I mean, well, it's like I have said in the Warrior Within book that Douglas Gillette and I have coming out this fall, we make a very clear distinction between initiated warriors who have always been considered knights in all these traditions, mercenaries, soldiers, etc. There is a tendency for people to assume that if you are in the role, and this is what we've got to get into, the role differentiation, the problem of role differentiation in our culture today, because it is a big problem. People assume that if someone is a policeman, they are a warrior, that they're an initiated warrior, that they are a knight, so to speak. You know, we serve and protect on the door of the car. They also assume this about American military officers. Well, if you ever thought that was the case, I mean, this tailhook thing makes it very clear that it's not, and it's precisely Mary's point here, because in that subculture, the kind of abuse of power that can allow a bunch of military officers to get a 17-year-old girl drunk and have her strip in front of all these people, not only that, to have them treat with enormous disrespect and abuse fellow female officers, and have this is acceptable, even prescribed behavior, not proscribed, prescribed behavior. If you want to be Top Gun, this is the way you got to be. This is an example of how these little social horizons get created in culture where this kind of behavior is deemed normal. And in your corporate rooms, you know, your war rooms in corporate America and around the world, international corporations, this same thing exists. And it is a split, it's a sanctioning of a split, and that is true, but that's not why we deny it. That's not the only reason why we deny it. That's one reason we deny it. But what else would you say? Yeah.
Question was,
yeah.
What was tailhook? That was the thing in Las Vegas for the officers?
Yeah, I remember when it started getting into it.
Oh, okay.
You don't know that there is this organization in the Navy among naval aviators, and they have these conferences every so often, and get together and celebrate being Top Guns, you know. And so there have been some rumors about the harassment of women officers at these events. And they were never really followed up very much. And at a recent one, it was really, it got really terribly ugly for the female officers involved, and not just the female officers. There were some minors there that were being abused and so forth. And one or more of the young female officers had the guts. I mean, they were really knights. They had the guts to confront this whole thing and risk everything by simply refusing to eat it and forget it. And the Secretary of the Navy has gone down, and there are going to be a lot of indictments on this. And the Navy has an opportunity to learn the difference between soldiers and initiated warriors or knights. And they need to teach them this. But, you know, it's very interesting to me that they're not teaching them this. And why are they not teaching them? Because they don't know the difference between them. If the Joint Chiefs of Staff knew the difference between a knight and a soldier, they would be teaching these people that. But they don't do it. And one of the reasons all these Vietnam vets felt so betrayed by America through their Vietnam experience was they got to Vietnam and they saw their officers, and they saw so many of them that had not a clue about the kind of moral stature of an initiated warrior. And this is devastating for anyone, but I might, in terms of gender issues, it's particularly devastating for young males. Because, I mean, at the time they're being sold this warrior, they're being sold the idea, we're going to make you into a glorious warrior, and then they discover that their leaders haven't a clue about what that would be, or that all warrior energy is demonic. Yeah.
I am interested now in the female warrior energy. I noticed this week the Joint Chiefs of Staff are dealing with the issue of women in combat.
Yes.
And one of them said, I'm a traditionalist. I do not believe wives, daughters, mothers should look someone else in the eye with the purpose of killing them. Mm-hmm. Okay. But if I heard you yesterday talking about the feminine and the warrior energy, how does that fit in with what that issue, the issue of...
Well, it fits into our entire problem today. You see, I mean, we've got to get to the point where we've got to stop our splitting on these things. If young boys are going to be expected to learn how to look someone in the eye with the purpose of killing them, young girls ought to have to look someone in the eye the same way. Not to face that, I mean, there's enormous sexism going on there, and the men's movement today is beginning to point out to people the double standard, which has done, I mean, if you look at the history of masculinity and look at the numbers of young boys who have been slaughtered without massive protest from the females in their cultures about this, there is a collusion between the feminine and the masculine here to make males cannon fodder. So it's a big, complicated issue, but the other side of that is we've got all these people run the Joint Chiefs, they're those guys, and they have a very stereotyped idea about femininity and a very stereotyped idea about masculinity. And the kind of male warrior that they're creating is not a developed male. And by the same token, how would you expect them then to imagine a fully developed female? Because if you don't get it right about the males, you sure are not going to get it right about the females. See? So this is an important part. So one of the things we have to think about, well, what if you're going to get practical this morning, what should be done about our police academies? What should be done about our Air Force Academy, our Naval, our Naval Academy, and West Point? Should not someone be confronted about these things in terms of these issues? See, I think they should. I think they ought to be. I mean, I have tried to get to some of these educators at West Point. I have tried to talk to them about the importance of their explaining a lot of these things to their young officer candidates. But, you know, that's not the way things are done. You've got to have a network that gets you to these people. Yeah.
I would also add to that, Robert, to the business schools, too.
Absolutely.
We've got to start getting there, to the education facilities of business schools. I infiltrated a corporation the other day on guerrilla mission. And I was coming down the steps, and coming down next to me were 5 young men in their 20s, all in corporate uniforms.
Yep.
And when they passed me by, I kind of went into my magician thing, put my energy feelers out, and I got so frightened by what was happening. And it's interesting. It's okay to be afraid of 5 black men that are dressed in chains and leathers. It's okay to do that.
That's right. In our culture.
But we don't get afraid when these young terrorists, and I have a bias against them, these young corporate terrorists who are plotting
to rape the
to
planet.
rape somebody, to rape something and somebody, come walking down the stairs smiling, and you look at them, and you look at them closely enough, and they're not any more good than these black kids are that have no fathers and they're acting out.
Yeah, see, I mean, let's come back and really look at that, because one of the things that is not being done today, see, we don't keep the scope of things in our mind. We don't hold the image of cosmos before us to see the way these things interlock. And you're really getting at a point about how you have to look at the direct relationship between the jobless child on the street and the man in the corporate boardroom on LaSalle Street. There is a direct relationship between that. And until we can get these captains of industry, so-called, to realize that it's real important for them to grow up too. It's not just important. I mean, we're trying to get some initiation programs started for kids in the cities of America. We're going to have a hard time doing that. You know why? Because we're going to have a hard time raising the small amount of money that it would take to field such a thing. And I wonder who's got that money. And I wonder what they're doing with it. See? So one of our agendas now is just trying to try to begin taking off the gloves about this issue. It's really directly related to that, and start talking about the way in which these things hold together. And that's why this King Within book, we talk a lot about stewardship of your power and your resources, and the concept or vision of generative leadership, because generative leadership is a different kind of thing than what you're noting. So we've got to really spend more time with that. Yeah, Marion, and let's go back to the other kinds of splitting before we change gears. Yeah.
Corporate activity is really terrorist activities, but I also like those young men too are terrorized. They're threatened. Their jobs are on the line. You work 18 hours a day to get that job done, or else. You know, so and a lot of that comes out of our educational facilities, and we might start looking at those things. You know,
At education.
Yep. My God, a teacher at school, I think falls into the magician warrior. He talks about the social pathology of going through a clinical psychology program.
Yep.
You know, I don't think these people teach you how to interact with patients. I think they teach you how to go out and pump pills down them.
Yep. But that's another dimension. I mean, we do have to because we need to think about educational systems. We need to think about military, police. We need to think about the corporate leadership. When we're thinking about leadership, we got to think about what we're talking about. We got to talk about what do you do with the religious leaders, because they're a problem too in a very similar way. What do you do about the military leaders? What do you do about the economic leaders? See, what do you do about the political leaders? I mean, because frankly, I'm not hopeless about this. I think that you can learn, that you can actually, I have seen it. I'm not making this up. I have seen that people can learn about these things and change their behavior. But unless they have some vision, and this is what we'll get to in a minute, unless they have some vision of what it would look like if they had grown up, then, I mean, what are you doing? You're just kind of scolding them, and most of these people don't relate well to scolding, Yeah.
You asked the question earlier, why do we deny this?
Yes, well, I wanted to get back to that.
I was made to think of, children, in a sense, the parents have power, and as children, we kind of have to give our power away and to survive and to be loved. So we just screen out the bad stuff and continue seeing the authority as good.
Yep.
And it's a mixture here. I feel like there's a real, the spiritual urge, longing for center.
Yep.
It's like it's that work we wanted so much, so we see it and we put it out there, and that we continue to project the power outward.
That's right.
And so, what would it mean if we stopped denying? It would mean growing up. It would mean taking responsibility.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, you really got your finger. See, look, this whole morning, I mean, she has just summed up the whole dynamics there. Because there is this desire in us. I mean, not a person here got the nurture we needed. There's not a one of us that really got to the point that we could feel like, whew, boy, that was good. Wonderful. Good breast. I got enough of that good breast. There's not a one of us that really had a surfeit of that kind of thing. And we continue to look outward for, as you say, the nurturing center. You know, maybe in 200 years, if we really succeed in doing this right, and we all survive, and the thing survives, maybe children will have a better experience. But in our time, that's not the case. And what we're having to do with men and women now everywhere, we're having to get them past their denial of what actually happened to them in their homes, realize their mom is not likely ever to be able to bless this talented daughter because of her envy problem. And dad is probably never going to be able to bless this really talented son. And if there's going to be any reconciliation and intimacy between the child and the parent, the child is probably going to be the one that has to initiate it, institute it, contain it, carry it through, do the invitations, be the one that handles the petulant childish behavior, because it is that's what's going to happen in our if we do the work we need to do to change it for the next generation. It's going to be our generation that has to be the pivot, and I'm seeing this all over the country now. Men and women in their 40s usually who simply take responsibility for healing the thing with the parents or containing it and trying to make it better, and certainly trying to model something different for their children. So we're a pivotal generation. I mean, whether we succeed at it or not. But you're really putting your finger on it. If you really realized how important you were, how do you stand that? I mean, see, that's a big challenge. Yeah, Mary.
I'm not sure really fits in, but I have a feeling of might, because it's very symbolic of taking our power and giving it to somebody else, and that's the gun issue. And the ability, some people are so frightened they just want to take everything away, dump it over there, and let the people in power have it all, instead of maybe taking some responsibility of their own self-protection. Mm-hmm. And while guns is one thing or another, it's symbolic.
Yes.
Being able to take up your own defense.
Well, that's what we need to deal with on this police function and role differentiation, and the issue of self-defense, and the issue of our responsibility for the safety of our communities in the warrior function. So that's really what you're getting at. We need to come back to that after our break. But I would follow up and totally agree with what you're intimating there. You see, in traditional tribal cultures, you did not delegate all that authority. You did not split up yourself and have individuals carry it all. The elders in tribes, they were specialists. They were specialists for certain tasks. But if you were an elder, you were a fully initiated person into the mythology. And you had wide-ranging responsibilities for your community, which included providing, protecting, generativity, etc. All sorts of things that were not relinquished to social role differentiation and professionalism. Now, our society in the modern world has become a culture of professionalism, a service-oriented kind of so-called service-oriented economy, and there's been all this unconscious role differentiation, and we think that, the Chicago city schools, man, if they don't we hire those folks to educate the children of Chicago. And man, if what's his name doesn't do it, well, don't talk to me about it. Don't bother me about it. And I kind of detached then, as if Chicago is going to be viable as a place to live if that continues. See, I mean, I can get into my denial fantasy that we can continue not to educate Chicago school children, and that I can continue living in beautiful Chicago. Well, that's really a ridiculous fantasy, because if this continues, we're going to have anarchy very soon, not just in Chicago. It's going to be all over this neck of the woods. You had something else. Did you want to say something?
Taking responsibility, what you said, what would it take? If I really realize I'm as important, or if I let myself see that we can't continue to let the Chicago the way they are, what does it take to stay in relationship with that? And then I was thinking about, again, balancing the opposites between the vision that I can hold and the sense of responsibility I feel to it, and the horror of how it is right now. It's like holding a creative tension between those two over time without me shattering. And yet, there's all those qualities of the will then, patience, perseverance, compassion. It's like it involves doing it in time.
Well, be thinking about that. See, now those are all, I think, accurate things, but we have to think about what else you would need. We come to resources after our break, and we'll start thinking about, well, what would you need to be a part of the solution rather than part of the problem, just part of the continued denial. But let's finish this for a minute. I just wanted to say, if a person is massively into lover kinds of energies, they're usually a dependent personality, and they will manifest heavily in a lot of depression and as I say, addictive forms. If a person is almost totally a magician, they will be very detached. And they will often be diagnosed as asocial personalities or schizotypal personalities or avoidant personalities. So you can take the DSM-3R and you can put it and you can plot which aspects of the self are being developed and blessed in different individuals. And you got to think about it. What happens when we deny and detach from our public reality? Well, that's magician energy. Because if you can really detach, I think modern culture is a culture of detachment. I think we're so flooded with, particularly the middle class, we're so flooded with magician energy, knowledge, the idea that if you think about something, you've changed it. You had a study commission, committee, you've changed it. But there's a lot of that kind of detachment that you can see there. So one of the things that you can see, for example, think about television. Think about the spiritual direction role of our television now, and think about what is being imaged in terms of the cosmos by the messages of most television. And I don't think this is irrelevant. I mean, some of you here might become writers. Now, why might that be important? Well, because, if fiction is not written which tells the truth more about human reality, then it's not going to be made into screenplays. And it's not going to be published as novels. What is the problem with so much of the stuff that's being written in Hollywood? Do you think that the stuff that's being written in Hollywood is coming out of a quadrated world? Not any kind of integrated quadrated world, because you can plot most of that stuff on shadow lover and shadow magician and shadow warrior stuff, shadow king. You almost never see. It's very interesting about thinking about the role of the artist in contemporary society. What is the role of the artist? Is the role of the artist merely to show us our lowest common denominator as human beings? Well, some people must think that because that's what they show us. I mean, and you know, if you talk to a lot of artists and you ask them, okay, now what is it you're trying to reveal? Well, the truth, you know. Well, certainly it is a truth that human beings, when they are not initiated, when they are not developed into any kind of balance of their polarities and any kind of cohesion, certainly they act out in horrific ways. We act out in horrific ways. But is that the only truth that artists have to show us? You know, go to the art museums and listen to the television and so forth, and listen to these things. And the money factor is a big part of this. A lot of the determination of what scripts get accepted and what movies get made is the marketing research that's been made about what sells. And what sells is shadow forms of these quadrants.
But the culture is looking to dump it on something.
Yes, that's right.
They can't carry it themselves.
That's right. Okay. So you're talking, this is a brilliant point, you're talking about, I mean, we could spend a whole week talking about the ritual role, the spiritual and ritual role of cinema in our culture as vessels to contain these archaic projections. And if I have not worked through my own aggression or my own sexuality, then if you give me a vessel that images the archaic forms that I'm experiencing in myself, then you're helping me contain that to some degree. But it's a total unconscious acting out. It's not really helping me see what would be possible with this sort of thing. So you've got the media thing. I mean, I really think you want to think about this. I mean, do we have a responsibility for nurturing writers? See? And you know, people that write novels, that write a screenplay, you know, who have some sense of the fullness of human being, who can present something other than merely our shadow, most immature expressions. See? And I think that it's important to show all of what we are and can be, including the shadow forms. But you know, there are a lot of magnificent people in the world, see? And, you know, there are some movies that are getting made now. For example, I thought that John Singleton's Boys in the Hood was a very powerful example of cinema telling the truth, unblinkingly. So there are some possibilities now. Yeah. Did you want to say something? Let's take about a 15-minute break, and then let's come back and we'll turn this board around and we'll think about strategies. Yeah. It's very important that we think about leadership. I recently went to a presentation by Marvin Zonas, who is a man at the University of Chicago that I admire. And he was talking about, he was assessing the leadership of political leaders, and he was presenting a way to think about leadership, effective leadership, and it gives us a way to organize some thinking about this situation that we face. And one of the things that's quite clear to me as we look at the public dimension of this is that psychologists and psychotherapists tend not to think about leadership very much because they live in that magician quadrant where you don't have to do anything much. So listen, you know. That is to say, they tend to live in a social location which does not really feel very familiar with leadership issues. And that's one of the problems, and James Hillman recently has been really taking out after the practice of psychotherapy as having questionable social usefulness. And I think this is one of the kinds of things he's talking about. I mean, that if you don't watch it, thinking psychologically the way we typically mean that, and getting into the psychological, psychotherapeutic world can become so privatizing and make you so passive that not only will you not be an effective leader, you won't really think about effective leadership. It won't be something that you're concerned about too much because, you'll get into that magician space. And in the magician space, we contemplate, we reflect, we study, we occasionally listen, but we don't do anything much. But we're talking about the public sphere here, and the agenda is to keep the connection of the private and the public together. And it's quite clear to me from what we've been talking about so far that if you do not help people form a cohesive self, an adequately enough basic structure, we're not going to deal with our situation anyway because it's just going to be sort of global acting out. So psychology is important, and those people that say that psychological reflection and psychological healing is not relevant for public life, they just don't, they just don't understand the dynamics of how any kind of cohesion in human life forms, and we have to challenge that kind of attitude. But let me just talk about Zonis's thing. I'll come back to you, Mary. Zonis says that a leader, a person that you'd really want to call a leader, is someone who is capable of looking at a situation, in the community, in the world, in an organization, and a person that's got enough of a vision about how things work that he can make an assessment of what's wrong here, that he can or she can come up with some fairly informed grasp of what is going wrong here. Because without that kind of a capacity, some sort of a comprehensive vision of the of personal and social life, so you can have some sort of grasp of the dynamics, in other words. You have to have some capacity for assessment, but you don't assess adequately if you don't have some vision, some normative visions for personal and social life. So the leader has worked hard enough to get some grasp of the plumbing, the social and personal plumbing, looks at a situation, gets some sense about how to diagnose the situation, assess it, what is the problem. Then after making that assessment, formulating a strategy, a plan that would respond to this situation. But then realizes that that's going to take resources. It's not enough to understand it, not enough to assess it, not enough to formulate a plan, a strategy, comprehensive strategy. Then you got a resource. You got to find the money and the people and the materials, whatever. But then you got to implement it. And then, hopefully, you're the kind of leader that's gotten past the grandiosity to the degree that you can stand some assessment and feedback. So you build in a feedback loop so that you can see if the work that you've been doing is having any of the impact that you had hoped. And Zonis uses that way of thinking to think about different political leaders, presidents, presidential candidates, and so forth. And it's helpful to think that way, yes. Zonis, Marvin Zonis. He's really an outstanding person in the field of political science and psychology. I mean, he's really done wonderful work. He's an expert on the Mideast and everything. But I really, one of the things I was taken by is, yes, this is very straightforward. Isn't it interesting how few people who present themselves to us as leaders do any of this? I mean, and all of these different fields that we were talking about earlier, the church, political leaders, the military establishment, the educational establishment, the police and criminological establishments. you get a sense of our situation when you ask yourself the question, how many of these candidates who are presenting themselves to us as our leaders have done much work on presenting us with this kind of vision and articulated understanding of the resources? Yeah, Mary. Yes, sure.
About the psychotherapist.
Mm-hmm.
As you were talking, I was thinking that, especially for young people, like going through identity crises, and in our society today, they have no overall goal or vision. A lot of them don't have any. And then they go to a therapist, and if that therapist strictly delineates, this is totally private, and you know nothing about me, especially if that therapist isn't doing anything himself, this does not add to that young person's greater vision.
Yeah.
But if you have indeed a therapist, possibly, who is actively involved in community service, who does not mind spilling over into therapy a certain amount of his leadership,
Horror.
What his responsibilities are. I don't mean getting into his private life.
No.
Then you can give that young person a greater, smiling over there, give that person a greater vision that could be very helpful to them, even if they don't act upon it at that time.
See, now, you could have seminar after seminar on all the issues you just raised there. In contemporary psychotherapy circles, there is such a magician inflation that the whole idea of modeling healthy public personality that's considered off limits. And so many therapists don't even, as a course of therapeutic work with an individual, ever raise what they're doing in their community. For example, if you are a therapist and you were working with some wealthy male in his 50s, would you raise issues with him about whether or not he is stewarding his resources? Would this be appropriate in the context of psychotherapy? Absolutely. They wouldn't so much talk about it as a conflict of interest. It would simply be not a part of a therapeutic frame. What we're trying to do here is to, depending on your theory of psychology, they would consider it as vessel issues, boundaries issues, all sorts of things like this. There are a million different protests that would come up with that sort of thing. It's fascinating, though, because what does it mean when you have psychotherapy practiced without a clear, articulated vision of mature human personality? For example, you can look at Erik Erikson's work on generativity. But how many therapists really look at that as an issue for the therapeutic process? I think very few. I have grave questions about therapies which detach the individual from their public involvements in their public life. There is a sense in which it's sociopathic, that psychotherapy becomes a generator of sociopathy in people, detaching them further from their planetary responsibilities and so forth. It's not. There's a vast difference between guilt-tripping moralism on people and looking at them in terms of what makes for a healthy self. And see, I mean, this is what Hillman. I mean, Hillman's going to get a lot of attacks for his recent slash and burn treatment of psychotherapeutic practice today. But he just simply asked the question: well, we've had psychotherapy now for a lot of decades. You think we're a lot better off now? You think the public life is better? You think people are more responsible? And he's raising a lot of important questions there. And, psychotherapists are hard to get to look at these things because they're, when they're in this inflated magician, they know everything. And they've got the theory, and there's 14 different reasons why you can't do that sort of thing. But that's all got to be looked at. A lot of your liberation theologians are criticizing this stuff very clearly. A lot of your feminist criticism comes at this and looks at the social location. One of the things that's important about the, I knock postmodernist points of view a lot, but one of the things that I like about what they do is they make you very aware of the social location and the interest behind the point of view people take. This whole idea of looking at the interest behind any kind of theory. And so it's a big area, and I just want to go on record about this publicly, that it's time for psychology to have a vision of the mature human, and it's time for psychotherapy to face the fact that if you're supposedly helping them build a self, it would make sense to have some sense about what a mature self would be like, and that the therapeutic treatment plan for the individual in a parallel way for the society would acknowledge these structures and would include clear behavioral programming for them to embody these different aspects of the psyche. For example, you cannot get better in your king or queen sector by just sitting in a therapist chair. You're not going to become a person that expresses your generativity simply by sitting there. There's going to have to be something you get involved in. In other words, servant leadership issues. I mean, if a person wants to get better in a king or queen sector, if they don't know what that is, then it's time for them to get involved in some sort of servant leadership, which is not simply self-serving. You can't merely be self-serving and develop a mature kind of expression of this king archetype. I think that's what you're getting at when you're talking about the executives. Our model for executive leadership in our companies is the bottom line. Anything that serves the bottom line is correct behavior, and that is very immature kind of vision. So let's think here about these different areas, and think about what you would have to have in the area in which you're concerned about. You're concerned about working with corporations and business leaders. Others of you are in education. All of us live in a city where the whole issue of police and community safety is the important thing. Have you had a chance to do some thinking about how you would try to apply some of these issues and ideas about the cosmos, microcosm, macrocosm, to the public sphere? Some of you have, yes.
I believe you have to go on the inside of the environment you want to change, and you have to have power. I'm a management consultant. I work exclusively in corporate environments. You can be on the outside talking about it all you want. You have to be part of the organization, and you have to have power inside of it.
Okay, so you're not, she says that if you're really going to implement change, we're talking public now, you have to have some capacity to be on the inside of organizations and structures that you wish to change. That's your point of view. And she's saying you have to have some power. Now, it's very interesting that you say this, because it is interesting to me how much power is demonized today. And I'm very interested that you're a woman in business, and you're telling us that we have to affirm the necessity of power. And you don't feel power is bad.
No, not at all. Otherwise, non-disenfranchised.
Right.
That's how they rationalize their behavior.
Yes. That's how they rationalize their behaviors.
Right.
Yes.
So you have to be inside and have to be respected and have legitimate power inside.
All right.
But how is one given that, or do you?
It takes a lot of hard work and serious credentials, especially.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the only kind. We're all citizens, for instance, of one common country.
That's not their orientation.
Oh, the corporate world?
Right. You're talking about a humanistic orientation. I'm talking about a vastly different
I thought you were talking about people in the whole world.
No, I was talking about corporate America.
He's talking about IBM.
But I mean, the point would be, well, we all participate in systems. And the interesting thing is here's the leadership issue. See, I am forever having people come to me and ask me, wouldn't I do something? Wouldn't I lead this or wouldn't I lead that or wouldn't I do that? But, the issue that's so hard is for a person to ask themselves, well, what systems am I a part of already? And am I interested in having power in that system? Now, let me just finish this thing about power. There is so much demonization of power today. The idea that power somehow is evil and the only good people are people without power. And that's the first thing that has to be challenged. We have to have a totally different attitude toward power. And the realization that the issue with power is not that power must corrupt you and make you evil. The question is, how can you steward your power for positive purposes that serve the interest of the Earth community? That is a question that is very controversial today, and I appreciate you raising it. We are all, as you say, citizens. We're all involved in communities. We're all involved in systems. There are other organizations within those subsystems within our systems, like the business systems. These principles probably apply there. That is, you do want to ask yourself, what kind of power do I want and toward what ends? So that's an important thought. What else? Yes.
You talk about, becoming a power within an organization, especially a business organization, is to keep as you said, mentioned about, power doesn't always corrupt, but to reduce that potential happening of one might being overwhelmed is find yourself grounded in some outside activity that is of a nature that would support you and give give weight to what you're doing, so you won't be overwhelmed when you are only alone in that one particular situation.
Yeah, this is something we were talking about at the break, some of us. See, I think she's talking here about, look, if you really start being a leader, it's not going to be fun all the time. It's going to be a struggle. And you're going to start getting into a struggle, and it will not make everyone happy. This is one of the hardest things. Probably why a lot of people avoid public life. Like Ross Perot, He thought, apparently he thought that he was going to get out there and be the knight, on the horse, on the big white horse, and everybody was going to throw flowers at him when he came riding by or riding up to joust with the dragon. What nobody told him, and I can't imagine that they didn't tell him this, is that when you get up there on your big charger, a few throw flowers, a lot of them throw other things. And it doesn't matter who you are or what you're like and what your character is like, some of that stuff sticks. And it doesn't smell good. And it's hard to wash off. And then all of a sudden you start finding out who your friends are, who your friends really are. And then you start finding out how much your relationships with friends and family will tolerate your taking any leadership responsibility. Because suddenly people that thought they had you socked in for their totally private concerns suddenly find that they're not able to have you fully available for their fun or their projects or their total it's amazing what you run into right after you start taking this public thing. And then what she's saying is, you better have some like-minded spirits who care about you and appreciate what you're trying to do and believe in what you're trying to do and can talk to you about what you're trying to do. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it long. You will become what the old thing, burnout. You get burned out very fast. So that's really true.
I'm linking with this power, the question of inner authority, of the authorities that are roles. Whether I have an appointed authority, or what I first need to have this inner authority that empowers me. If I don't have that, no matter how much I'm given appointed.
Yeah. How do you get that inner authority? Yeah. Yeah.
Convictions.
Yeah. Convictions and commitments. And see, there it is again. Now, think about this in terms of the sectors of the psyche. You know, if you're in the magician thing alone, you don't have to make any commitments. You're a kind of a pea on the Myers-Briggs, you know. You're looking at all the different possibilities, you know. But you don't have to get into making the decision to commit. I'm just joking about that. I'm a pea on that, you know. But seriously, it is in that warrior sector and in the king sector, in the king or queen sector, where the buck stops with you. If you're externalizing and projecting your king or queen center, it's going to be extremely definite to say, this is what should happen. And I mean, you got to just kind of feel your own feelings about it. How can you, or how good are you at saying this is what needs to happen? Because there are many, many people that are just wonderful people, but when they get close to that, let there be X, they can't get the let out of their mouth because it feels weird. Yeah. Yes.
I think you have to have a spiritual commitment at that point. There has to be a commitment to the larger whole.
Yeah.
From which there's that inner sense of rightness, and you take responsibility. You, for the center, you become its spokesperson in that moment.
Yes. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're right. It's so hard to.
Yeah. See, now back to that use of the old early Christian vision of the kingdom of God. See, now that we have to think about what an appropriate earth parallel to that would be. Because it's like there is this sense, and you mentioned something about citizenship, there's something about being a citizen of something, and in the fullest sense of that, being a representative of that, or something that really, someone that's invested in that. And what I think that we're on is the edge for the first time in history of people really being able to invest in a planetary community. It's almost like where are the people who can get very clear where their allegiance lies here now and what it is they're trying to build? Because, I appreciate a lot of things about Serbian culture, but, I'm not committed to having the world Serbianized. I don't think having the world Serbianized, or at least only those that border on Serbia, that are Christian, I don't think that is a worthy task to recruit the human beings on the planet for. And I think we have to imagine, this is part of this vision thing, we have to see if we can imagine what we must imagine. Now, that's a real question. Can we imagine an earth community that doesn't make you laugh cynically? And that's a real challenge today. But the early Christians, when they were talking about the kingdom of God as a reality, they were trying to participate in that. That when they said the body of Christ, read that, but the body of the King, that was a palpable horizon of being. And Joseph Campbell, in his work, particularly that book, The Inner Reaches of Outer Space, was prodding us to get to the point where we could look at Earth and make that move beyond the tribal identifications. Make that shift, that radical consciousness shift beyond the tribal identifications and say, this is the Earth tribe, this is the Earth nation, this is my primary identification. Now, there are enormous forces in the world today which try to get you not to make that kind of identification. In my view, I think those are archaic, regressive, and demonic, finally. And so one of the things I think that you're getting at is that you got to get clear what it is that you are intending to constitute, institute, build. What it is you intend to be a part of. What it is you're an agent of. What are you an ambassador for? Where is your loyalty, finally? What are you serving? What is this vision that you're in service of? Now, I know, a lot of people find this kind of talk really crazy, grandiose, funny, and so forth. But, that amazes me because it is precisely the human task now, the fundamental chief human task for our species. And if we don't challenge people to do that, then we are simply maintaining our little atomistic tribalism until the famine continues to grow. Yeah.
To me, what you're saying brings up an issue of, at least in this country, which it used to be at one time called the melting pot, but nowadays it's every little ethnic group in the world or racial group in the world wants to stand out and be different and have their own subculture. Mm-hmm. And in one form, it's probably because they don't feel an identity and they think they need this, but at the same time, this deteriorating and causing a breakdown to take place and the unification is being lost. Mm-hmm. So how do you say, I'm going to pick on the black group today, who wants to have their own subculture, who wants to teach their own black history in their school and really, really strongly identify with that, yet they're splitting themselves out from the overall group.
There is the issue of how you deal with the tribes has always been with us. David had to deal with it. I mean, after all, there is Benjamin. And there was Benjamin, and there shall be the tribe of Benjamin. And there will be the tribe of A, B, C, D, E. And there are these tribes. To try to deny that there are, have been, will be tribes in our planetary reality is really, that's stupid. Because it's going to be. And in the absence of any consolidated king and queen energy, which has a sense of inclusion, not leaving anyone out, all we do to any particular tribe is to throw them back on their tribal traditions for their sense of identity and self-esteem and narcissistic gratification. Because if nobody can hold out a vision for you, we haven't even been able to hold a national vision well. And so when you can't hold a national vision, then the little factions get more centered and committed to their own pseudo-species. It's a pseudo-speciation problem. And this is going to be with us. Well, what do you do about that? You have to have an inclusive vision. Is that popular today? It is not politically correct today to talk about an inclusive vision. Frankly, I do not care. The only hope for this planet and for our species and our fellow species is for us to generate an inclusive vision, which makes room for the tribes, but also which speaks to the tribes about what is figure and what is ground. I think it's awfully important for us to challenge the various religions on earth to say, are you human first or are you Buddhist first? Are you human first or are you Christian first? Are you human first or are you Muslim first? Because you would find who your enemies are pretty quick on that. And frankly, there are a lot of very powerful forces in this world, and very powerful people who are not friendly toward any kind of inclusive racial, religious, earth community. And what is it going to take for us to face that? Well, we better realize that the cosmos does not just happen. And there are going to be people fighting any kind of inclusive vision. Yeah.
One of the things I just want to emphasize one more time is the operative word in what you're saying is human.
Human.
We need to learn how to live a human experience.
That's right.
And if I can take one more crack shot at the New Agers.
Yep.
They've been so busy trying to get out of the human experience, this self-realization, this silly self-realization stuff, as if they could bypass this human experience in order to transcend. The whole issue of transcendence and immanence is a big issue in spiritual psychology, in transpersonal psychology. And it basically means that the self is in the human experience. It's not in heaven. It's not up there.
Out there.
And let me just, one more thing. This thing down in Brazil, this Earth Conference down in Brazil, we all knew that as that was going on, there was another concurrent group of people that were New Agers doing their thing there. And bless them, I'm glad that they were doing it. But my opinion, they should have been doing that in there. They've got to get that stuff, whatever it is, in the inside. Like you're saying, they've got to stop this separateness stuff and infiltrate. Get inside there and find a way to do it in there to make their voice heard inside.
Were they in the same city?
Oh yeah.
Well, see, that's getting close. We got to appreciate that. We got to appreciate that. You know, let's don't be perfectionistic here. But see, you're really talking about this tendency. There's these tendency in spiritualities to separate the body, earth, from the spirit, heaven. And that's a big challenge because it's a split in the psyche. It's a split in the psyche. And so what we have to do, what do we do? Well, we have to make sure that our vision for an inclusive kind of earth community has to hold both ends of that stick. See? And it is a challenge. I mean, the thing about the New Agers, they do have a lot of feeling for rituals. They have a sense for that. They have a sense and appreciation for, at least a lot of them have a sense for appreciation for mythology. How would you think about it? They tend to spend too much time in a sort of a magician space. And when you spend too much time in that magician space, you know, that's meditation space and contemplation, reflection. It tends to get very platonic. It tends to get disembodied, like Plato. We're just going to come up out of this body here. And there are different Asian traditions. If you read some interpretation of the Asian traditions, they take you right out of the world. They want to get out of this body with all of its putrefaction, you know. So you're putting your finger on something. But again, we just need to remember these are polarities. And so we need to support the positive side of their polarity and try to hold up the other end of the stick. Yeah.
In the 1930s, in business ethics books, a friend of mine told me that there was a drop-off mention of character and the introduction of the concept of personality is what succeeds. And it seems to me that this is, in fact, what's taken over in our country. An idea about success being with trappings and all the visible role-playing and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. To have character is to really embody something and to know that that knowledge bears consequence and responsibility.
It is the moral, maturational dimension in psychology that dropped out then. It's amazing. Until very recently, you could get into psychology programs. I mean, look at psychology programs, psychology instructions, and educational psychology instruction in our universities and colleges, and you would never have anybody talking about a mature person, because that has that character dimension. There's something needs to be developed, and so that has to. And given back, because there's the stewardship issue and the use of resources and all that sort of thing. That has to be challenged. Marnie and I were talking about something to break. I mean, the question. See, that's not going to be challenged from within the bureaucracy unless people begin to be aware of some of these issues and can, as you were saying earlier, infiltrate some of these things with some visions. Yeah, Mary.
About the racial and religious differences, that you left out one very powerful area that's developing more and more, and that's social economics that is splitting along those lines. And once you start putting money in there, that even makes it harder to unify.
Absolutely, and since 1980, there has been a large widening of the gap between rich and poor in our country, and worse in other places. I think that's another thing we have to look at here in terms of resources. We have to face up to the fact that if there's going to be serious effort to build any kind of world community, let's face it, the contemporary expression of the mythic concept of cosmos has to be an earth community, because cosmos is inclusive. Cosmos is an inclusive order. It doesn't split off anybody intentionally. And it includes the best you know of reality. The tribal visions were the best they knew of an inclusive order. Well, we have the capacity now to look at our planet in space. We know what an inclusive order would include. And but to get out of the magician space, this takes enormous resources. One of the things that I've noted so much lately is that there are a lot of people that will talk a good game, and even, for example, in men's work around, there are a lot of people that talk a good game about being warriors and kings and so forth and so on. But if they are indeed embodying any of that, they bring their resources to bear. So one of the big challenges is going to be actually getting serious about creating foundations, not just applying to foundations. You know, in the 19th century, they created foundations. You didn't just send in proposals. There have to be a lot of these wealthy people on LaSalle Street and other places paralleling LaSalle Street to be challenged about their stewardship of their resources, and they need to be directly challenged. And this is one of the things that I'm hoping is going to happen in both women's and men's circles today. It is not a part of our thinking now to challenge people about the stewardship of their resources in any kind of non-ideological way. But that whole stewardship issue is going to have to come up, yeah.
There's a wonderful ministry of money. I forget what it is, in Washington, D.C., and I know some people who are involved in that, really wealthy people who are meeting together in large groups of people talking about these issues. We have a lot of money. The Earth has a lot of problems. How are we going to make a bridge between them?
See, and so people can begin to ask those questions. I know another group of people who are beginning to take this work that we've done on this generativity and the king issue and beginning to target some very affluent populations to begin finding ways to challenge them on these issues in a very similar way, to help them understand that if you're merely rich, you might really become important. And so I think that's an important thing to be saying. Yes, let's go.
I have a question. We're thinking about people out there, them with the money, them with the big corporations.
Yes.
There's us in the community.
Absolutely.
We're turning over our decision-making to them and our power to them.
Absolutely.
We're still going to be in the same boat.
No, absolutely.
And I find it more, that's good that's going on. But it's just like, you know, in the medical field, medical model is like, I turn my body over to this physician.
Right.
And she's going to fix me.
Yeah, that's the professional splitting that's occurred that we said we ought to come back to. Absolutely, the question of where the buck stops is really central. And one of the things about becoming empowered is realizing that the buck stops with each one of us. That's why people have put recently so much emphasis on grassroots as an important sector. And having people start asking the question, what is my power that I have now and what can I do with it? Yes.
Very important to realize that it doesn't take money. Maybe in terms of practical planning, maybe we should have a social program that requires civil service of everybody, so that even kids that drop out of high school or something can feel that indeed through multi-generational contact, they have a meaningful role to play with people that otherwise they might not meet in life. And in that respect, I wasn't really clear what Jerry Brown's proposal was, but I think that this kind of concept of civil service without payment, perhaps, is something that would ennoble everybody's sense of their own importance.
There's a lot of that realization in the air. One of the things that's being realized is that whatever the solution, government will not be able to do it alone. It's going to have to be an investment by all the citizenry. And people are going to have to take responsibility for all sorts of areas that we don't want to take responsibility for. We will have to bring that much more back to the community. You're talking about obligation, that's certainly true. But I just wanted to point out that among the poor in Latin America, this is being done a lot now in terms of base communities, building base communities. It's a very, very burgeoning concept. One of the things we're trying to raise money for now in the Institute for World Spirituality, we want to create a database which can be accessed by modems to help people who are trying to network with base communities around the world find each other and help to resource each other. It would not take a lot of money to create such an access to information. But this is one of the things that needs to be done, and maybe we will find someone who can serve as a resource for that particular project. The same kind of project needs to be done, with databases and accessible information networks on all of these major planetary struggles. What I have found in my investigations on this, that we do not even have a single interlocking computer network for ecological organizations on the planet. Now, I want you to think about that a minute. That in this day and age of our technological capacities, we had the capacity to set up a planetary network of ecologically oriented organizations a long time ago. And the thing that's amazing to me is it has not been created. Is that because it would take a whole lot of money to create it? Not a whole lot of money. Why is it that we just have to envision that? And we should see, here's my thing about the timeline. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever that within 1 decade at max, 1 decade max, we could not have interlocking networking through the high-tech systems that we've got, which can put any person in any major city on Earth in touch with like-minded people that are struggling on the front that they are concerned about. The technology already exists. It's very simple. It's very accessible. My people that I've talked to about computer access say it can be done like that. It would be easy to find a place to locate that. Why hasn't that been done? Yeah. What? It's done in certain sectors. The drug dealers have got it set up. Yeah. Yeah. So the point is here that the technology exists. We have to have a vision of planetary cooperation so that we care whether somebody in Caracas knows who he should network with or she should network with. Now, that matters. It would not take much energy to set that kind of thing up. And that's the kind of thing, if we have not, within a decade, or less preferably, if we have not set up communication centers on human rights, ecological stuff, homelessness, base communities, those, so that we can tell everyone, there won't be any excuses anymore. No one can have an excuse, well, I don't know who to talk to. I don't know where I could plug in. in a very short time, there should be no excuse for that. We should be able to say, if you want to find your network of people to work on the front that you're interested in, call this number. They've been done in a few little sectors, but nobody has got that stuff developed to the degree that it needs to be developed. It needs to be pushed in a short time. That's a part of the resources we're talking about. That could be done, within 6 months. It could be done. And if you don't think that would have an enormous impact, think of the tendency of human beings. If they are alone and cut off, they get very discouraged. They think it's hopeless. Why? Because they don't know about all the other people that are really doing effective, magnificent work all over the place. There are committed, concerned people in every country on this planet. Let's hear from those of you that haven't had a chance to say anything. Do you have any thoughts and reflections on the potential for realization of cosmos? We don't want to, some of us have dominated our discussion. Any a world of justice and peace. Shalom. Remember, when you see this, I mean, when we founded this Institute for World Spirituality, the world, and there's a translation of cosmos. It's simply the mythic vision. And the question is, do you think these mythic visions are simply archaic, regressive aspects of human beings, or does this image something that is possible for our species? I think the archetypal self images what is possible for our community. But as Jung put it, individuation doesn't just automatically happen, either at the personal or social level. There has to be a connection with this kind of inner blueprint and an actualization of it. Others that haven't had a chance to speak. Yes, Stavros.
For myself, I thought about this question, and I was hearing what everyone was saying, and I was very interested to see how every human being here came up with a very powerful way of looking at it. So I think, for my bottom line of the whole deal, is about taking what has been brought through to this point in time, and moving it. In order to go out, you got to go in.
Right.
So I think when we start there, every one of us has a way of affecting the sphere of influence that we exist in and generating that energy. And this is where maybe my magician, chiropractor,
Go to it.
Okay, that there is an energy. It exists. And that energy is the healing energy, the loving energy, and it is, for me, what I would say is the cosmic ordering energy. And for the way I see it, the more that you work with that energy, the more it adds to you, even tenfold from 1 centimeter squared that you put into it. So I think it's about focusing on intent, going in intent. The word reverence is the word reference. And when you have this, you attract and take into your life the connections, the people, the books, the ideas, but it then involves, for instance, taking your book and internalizing. And so I think it's, for me, the bottom line is seeing each individual creating the second born reality for themselves.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what you get from me. You know?
There you go. Well, it's quite clear that this stuff has to happen from many, many, many different islands. And so I think that your idea of the movement in, because if you don't touch that vision that's in the blueprint, there are two things that won't happen. You won't have a vision, and you won't have the energy. And what I really liked about what you emphasized is that you don't have to make this energy up. You don't have to create the energy that's needed here. You just got to plug into this energy. Our problem is really, it's less not having the energy than in being able to cope with the energy that we have without getting crazy. I mean, I don't want any of you going home and calling up the press and telling them that you are Napoleon
and that you're going to create the new France today. Because this energy, when you get in touch with this quality, this aspect of the energy that is world-oriented, is so powerful that it can push you right over into I'm Napoleon or something. And there's a fine line in there between being large enough to affect things and getting to the point that inner liberator, king or queen, sort of absorbs you. So it's important, the distinctions you've made.
The beauty of it is the model that you propose here. If people would take it and deal with it inside, it can help others in your life. Because the bottom line to me, when I deal with the thing that I love about my work is I don't have to talk. I just put my hands on people, and the reason I say that is very simple. Fragmentation is dis-ease. Order, ease, unity, function, and structure are all synonymous terms. That's the way, I have a saying, I say, God doesn't make junk. And the idea that medical physicians or therapists or doctors are looking at problems instead of what's there that's functioning, I think that does it right there. So if we look at what is working and inspire ourselves, and I think if you see the rabbit that has no battery pack and it runs down, that's what happens to people. And once you hook up into the battery pack, then you can walk around and beat the drum and do what you have to do, whatever your thing is.
This touches the issue of the relationship between this energy that you can connect with and the kind of enthusiasm that is needed and can be contagious to help people work on these things without burnout. And that is the hard thing to walk, connect with your own inner enthusiasm, your own fire of the gods within, and to be able to protect yourself from being cannibalized by all of those depressed people around you. You have to be able to protect yourself, but yes, Martin.
I certainly can see the value of the inner work.
Yeah, right.
No argument.
Right.
A frustration that or a challenge maybe that I see right now for myself is wanting to communicate some of these things to other people. Not just embodying them myself. A simple task.
Yes. Right.
But we are sharing in a certain structure, a certain mythology, a certain thing that you put out for us that we now have some agreement on and go forward. But most people don't have that view. Most people aren't going to make the kind of connections we're making. And a challenge for me is to try to communicate things, important issues to them, and give them enough of a framework to have it make sense without having to give them things that they're not open to about the king and the warrior and the magician and what happens to Archimedes or whatever. And that's the next step that I would like to engage myself in. How do you communicate this in a real world sense to people who are living a different structure?
Well, what you're really talking about is a hero, Campbell's thing on the hero journey that he wrote about in the Hero with 1,000 Faces. I mean, the problem when you feel like you have something or some insight, and then you start looking at what it's going to take if you're going to be a leader, not just a studier, because there's where Campbell talked about you go down into the underworld and you get the boon, or you get the elixir, or the pearl of great price or something. Then you come back up to the surface world that you come back to the people you were going to give it to, and then you get back and you look at them and say, wow, this is going to take a lot of work to give them this elixir. And so, and it's not as romantic and easy as I had hoped when I was down there in the elixir room. So I think that's an archetypal problem. That is the hero problem. This is, and I like to make a distinction between the hero and the knight, because the hero often decides to hell with this when they get back to the world. And there's the initiation between the adolescent and the adult, and that is how much can I go ahead and bring this when I'm not getting a lot of narcissistic strokes for doing it. And it's a big challenge. Everybody faces that. I face that every day. Every day of my life I deal with that. Mm-hmm.
That's my problem.
Mm-hmm.
But, I would look at you and think, with all your expertise in the Jungian psychology and this vast, all these things that you have going on in your mind, that to me is a kind of wisdom that you would not have to deal with what you just talked about.
Mm.
But now the fact that you shared that is going to help me deal with that in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's my problem where I work in the Black community. I'm very pulled out by the, endless problems and terrible situations.
That's right.
But see, maybe that's, I don't know if you were speaking to that also, but there is a need for us not to feel like we're isolated and that we're the only ones experiencing the struggle.
That's right. And not to idealize anyone and put all of your capacity, your stamina, to put your stamina on me, because I tell you, I get awfully tired and discouraged. And whenever I go, for example, we've got a project now we're trying to find money for. We want to find someone who can fund a pilot grant to help Hales Franciscan High School, which is this outstanding private school working with young black males in Chicago, and to find people to help Hales so that we can have a laboratory, so that we can work on an intercultural curriculum for male initiation. And we have the cooperation of the school. We've got, they're very interested and excited about this. They're willing to be, to let their community be a laboratory to work on developing a cross-cultural masculine initiation kind of curriculum using the best in anthropology and psychology and so forth. And then I hear a lot of these people talk a big game about, how they're doing this, that, and the other. But now, what I really get when I'm trying to find $25,000 or $30,000 to fund the pilot, so we can develop grants to go to other places for the larger project. And I know all these people with lots of money, and they want me to respect them as great mature men and so forth, and they don't come forth with the funding for this. This really bothers me. And so there are a million examples of the same thing. I mean, we all need to feel as if there are people who are pulling their weight too. And we all need to know that it's sometimes very discouraging for everybody, because it is. We need a chance to talk about that. Yeah, Mary. Sure.
I'm reminded of a parable
of throwing the seed to the ground. In some places it lands on good ground, some places it lands on stone. And when you want to talk to people about these things, it's not always going to be receptive. And especially people you're close to, or you work with.
Especially people.
And it's kind of hard that they're not interested, they don't care, and they think you may be even weird for being into it. And the only thing I can say is that you have to expect that there's going to be people who are not going to be interested, and you just have to look for the ones that are. The ones that get the nibble when they come in and they say, oh, gee, that sounds interesting, can I look at it? Never try to push anything down somebody's throat. If they don't want to hear it, don't push, just drop it, let it go. All you can do is put out the concept. And if you find they're not really interested, just let it go. And maybe if they're interested, they'll come back to you.
It's a matter.
I agree with you to a point. But maybe because I'm in education, you try to teach somebody something and it isn't working with them. You have to try this and try that and try to find their mode of receptivity, you know.
Yeah. Any other educators here? People in education? Right here? And right here. Here two of your discussion group here, right here.
Well, there are individual differences, so it is important to try different modes of reaching people.
Mm-hmm.
But it isn't an overnight thing. I've learned that I've said things 10 years ago and someone comes back and says, wow, and it clicks. And I've heard things 20 years ago and finally it's like, was that what they meant? So I think we just have to walk our walk and talk our talk, and somewhere down the line, some people feed off of what you're saying to them now, and some will find a source in them to develop that later down.
So I think the issue here, I mean, let's think again. If you study the sociology of social movements, you can learn a lot about this kind of phenomena, this kind of issue. There's a certain sociology of social movements, there's a certain sociology of leadership, and certain things happen with any movement, any kind of movement, whether it's toward a planetary community or whether it's, something destructive. The sociology of it's very similar. And you do need charismatic leadership, so to what extent you have charisma shining out of yourself and you can feel it, you need to bless that. You need to be as charismatic as you can be, because that is this gold energy shining forth through your eyes, and let it shine. And protect yourself from all the vampires and cannibals that come around to try to eat you. But let that shine. And you will realize that what she's saying about there'll be people that are lukewarm and people that are responsive and so forth out here in your interface on the edge with the world. But I think the other issue is no social movement that had any success whatsoever ever survived unless there were people networking on a much closer basis. They were much more supportive with each other. That's why networking in these things is so important, because it won't take long if you're out there on the point. We were talking about people being point persons in different areas. If you're out there on the point really trying to lead, it doesn't take long for you to outrun your connections. And you start feeling isolated and alone, and maybe I was just foolish to think anything could really be done about this. And so there's when you need your circle of friends and supporters and like thinkers, your, as the communists used to say, your cell group. See, that wasn't just communists, that's basic sociology. You have to have base community. You have to have people that you can depend on to support you on an ongoing basis. And that's why there's a lot of work being done on base community stuff now, and networking on these various issues of concern, these various fronts, I like to call them. I think it's important for us to realize that we've got to have a quantum leap in that kind of partnership and that kind of networking, so that even though through your days, through your week, you only have I mean, you've got some really bad experiences and so forth out here on the edge of your leadership. You've got to have people when you come back for refueling. You've got to have people that refuel you, and that's what we've got to work on trying to provide for people. We've got about 10 minutes, and yes, go ahead, sure.
When you say it's go to the community and connect with those things, but it's you are not ready, more curious stage. Then it's kind of problem,
Yes, it is.
See? And then you burn out and you accomplish nothing.
Yes.
So how are you gonna cosmos is you have to have establish yourself with
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Then it's there's a lots of conflict. It's somebody is she mentioned about the power.
Mm-hmm.
When you it's one woman executive woman is daughter is look at her and she's very powerful. So she said, "Oh, I want to grow up just like you," but. So mother asked her, why do you say that? And she said, I want to ordering around the men.
That's right. Well, I want to order the men around. Yeah, well.
Right. So that is exactly, then it's, that teaching is not right thing to she grew up, She want to, we have to empowerment, but that is not right kind of.
Yeah, but people have to crawl before they can walk, and one of the things that psychoanalysis has taught us lately is that these energies that need to be developed in people come out in very raw, ugly, immature forms first. And that is precisely when they have to be responded to, attuned with attunement and empathy and not cursing. I mean, when the little girl says, I want to learn to boss these men around, there needs to be a little humor there, and you need to affirm the fact that a woman might need to be able to boss men around sometime. I mean, it's like we have to have a sense about these energies in their primitive forms and how we can find ways to bring them up into maturity.
And then we are not mature enough. If you say that, then I will receive that just the way it is.
Yes, right. And you're just reiterating how difficult a task it is to find vessels for personal growth so that one can get strong enough as an individual.
Yeah. Go out to a community related, and you are worked up so much, and you couldn't concentrate yourself. You never have a time to read the book.
Right. You do have to balance it. Right. Well, one does need to learn how to balance a schedule. There are people that I know that do not wear watches and do not have date books, and I'm just amazed at this, But the date book is a very interesting little thing. The little planner is a very interesting thing. It's like if you do not structure the cosmos in your date book, you're not likely to structure it in the world. And I'm serious about that. Because if you cannot imagine a balanced week where different aspects of this psyche get libido, and if you cannot imagine it in such a way to get it out there into some sort of flexible plan, but some kind of imagined week, it's kind of hard to protect your boundaries. And I think it's very important to realize that the public side will cannibalize you if you don't have good boundaries. But the private side will smother you if you don't have a sense of boundaries. You can't wait till you get recovered before you take on public issues. We're constantly talking with people in recovery programs about this. They'll say, what do you mean? I'm in recovery. You expect me to do something in the community? So you're absolutely right. We're not going to wait till you finished recovery before you give something back to the community. And it's just a matter of balance and organization, and I don't say it's easy. I struggle with it all the time, but it is not a superhuman task. It's a human task. We can do this, you know. Got to buy that little daily scanner. Others. Let's say if somebody had anything to say.
You mentioned something in passing that hasn't been touched on. I think is vitally important as far as maturity, and that is having a sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's really kind of played down. It's something that people have or don't have. I think it's really important.
A tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah. To have a sense of humor, you have to have a good sense of boundaries.
Yeah. Well, it helps not to kill people when you got it. You know, if you have a good sense of humor and you have a good sense of boundary, a lot of people get eaten up by the humor. The trickster comes out with his guns flashing. But I think that's really right, and the capacity to laugh is a lot more effective than practically any other kind of way of getting grounded and realizing it all doesn't have to be done this moment. And somebody was talking. We had a meeting of monks from different traditions of spirituality recently in the Institute, to have them talking about these things in the context of the encounter of monastic traditions. And one of the things they were pointing out is right at the point that you made. They said, notice that really, really enlightened spiritual leaders usually are very grounded and they have a good sense of humor. And so the people that are the most serious and centered tend to be capable of laughing about it all and getting grounded again. And so I think it's really important.
It helps in communication. Persons, knowing people who are very serious about their causes, and they're impossible to be around.
Yes.
Because, and especially if they're trying to so-called convert you to their cause. It's very serious, very deadly serious.
Right.
It's impossible to really get through.
Right. They can't get out of that quarter. They're not dancing it, see. I mean, if you're locked into that warrior place, you're humorless. There ain't any humor in there. In fact, if you laugh with somebody that's in there, that's dangerous. See, so if you're locked in there, and a lot of people can get compulsively locked in there, and so you're really right. But it's important to know where people are when you're dancing that thing with them. Somebody else, yes.
I find that when I share just because it's time to share, not because I'm invested in an outcome, that person is going to be convinced of my truth that I want to share with them because I think they need it. But I just share because it's time. I just want to put my seeds out. I'm more free. I don't have to get attached to convincing or educating. And there's a certain amount of joy and freedom with that. And the other thing I get to decide is how much I want to invest in the system as it stands. Maybe I have this amount of energy for it.
Right.
And then how much energy maybe I want to create a new system.
Yes.
Or a new way.
Yes.
And so I do that through various things that I have, various projects that I have.
Yes.
Sometimes the systems are too dysfunctional. They're
Yes,
too draining.
that's right.
I can only put in this amount.
That's right.
For example, I was asked to continue to be on the DeKalb Environmental Committee for the city. I was on it for 1 year and I just couldn't handle it anymore.
Yeah.
But I choose to do other environmental things, like we're starting an intentional community. I hope that is pretty grounded. But just to kind of pick and choose how much of the educational system or the political system or whatever, as it stands, I choose to get in there and change, and how much I create new
systems,
forms of new systems that feel more functional and will eventually be integrated.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point.
To listen to my vision and to act it out in the practical world.
Yeah, that's really important point because there are a lot of old forms
they're committed to dying, to going down with the Titanic. Yeah. And you really do need to think about whether your job in any particular situation is to create an alternative and go around the opposition rather than trying to defeat it.
Once in a while I get probably into too much intensity.
Yes.
But there isn't that much time is how
Yes.
I feel a lot of
Yes.
times. So do I want to expend
Yes.
most of my energy in this dysfunctional system?
That's really important. That's another stewardship application. That is, how do I steward my energy? Is it really wise to invest it in this Titanic or not? And there are a lot of people rearranging the desk chairs. I mean, the deck chairs on the Titanic.
There are some lifeboats.
That's true. Well, Marty was mentioning to me at the break about the importance of, and I generalized from this, but I want to just mention that what she'd said. Maybe you want to comment on that, but the importance of getting people together that have shared involvements like the persons, like we should really have some workshops for people in education who are in public schools in Chicago and related areas. I have for a long time thought we should get together people and have them think about these things together, people that know their field, because they're the ones that know the particular applications. So this is something that you need to know. This is already happening in various places around the country, not in education, although I expect that is one of the very important agendas that needs to come up. But just one I got when I got home last night on my answering machine was a call from Harris Bryman, who is a really magnificent young man in New York State who has started working with men in one of the maximum security prisons up there, and using this kind of work to work in corrections. And he's networking with prison leaders in prisons around the United States, trying to do something for people in corrections and in working in prison staffs and leadership along the same lines. He called me up last night and he said that this group of men that he had organized in the prison were trying to make a decision whether they would expand their circle in the prison or whether they would just keep it for themselves. And he said that that one of the young men who had been studying the king, this was the youngest man in the group, which really makes you think about these age level, how much generativity for different ages. Makes you wonder about it. So the youngest man in the group had been really thinking a lot about and studying about king issues. And he was the one, the youngest man in the group was the one that said, no, we need to offer this to other men in the prison. So we need to open our group up wider. And so Harris was so impressed with this young prisoner who was speaking the voice of the inner king for that context, that he called me and said, I wanted you to know this, that the voice of the king was spoken by this young man in this maximum security prison yesterday, and you should hear that. Yeah, Mary.
The question you had brought up about, bringing it back to ourselves, our own responsibility. I had just before that been thinking, we have in our Judeo-Christian heritage a concept of the final coming, and there should be peace on earth, heaven on earth, but it is dependent on another. It is not dependent on ourselves doing that job. It is waiting for the second return, the second coming. And somehow that has filtered through our whole culture, and that may be a strong impediment to
Yeah, it is.
Maybe it's not a version of Christianity itself. Maybe that wasn't the
Well,
intendedness.
right. What she's talking about is the way in which, for example, we see this very strongly in fundamentalist groups of all kinds. They take their idealization
and it is very raw and very powerful, and they externalize it. What they do not realize is that the liberator king and the liberator queen that the world awaits is in every person. And so that's really an important point. And until we stop thinking that the Messiah is out there and not in here, there's not going to be any mega change. And even if there was a celestial general who arrived at the harmonic convergence, what that celestial general would do would be to ask you what you intend to do in the struggle and say, go and do it. There you go. Precisely that. I mean, in fact, I think that John Kennedy, when he was saying that kind of thing, was sort of acting this thing out, because this liberator king and liberator queen is in the structure of the psyche. And the myths, this is a good place for us to wrap up. In the myths that you look at in the book The Old Enemy, you've got the struggle between chaos and cosmos, and you've got that liberator king, queen element coming back at the end, and it facilitates this liberation of all this healing energy of cosmos. So it is within the structure of the psyche. It has been projected. You're right. It has to be integrated in us, and it would. There's a critical mass issue here. Saul Alinsky, a great Chicagoan, used to say you don't have to have 100% of the people to make decisive change for the world, for a community, or for the world. He thought you only needed 1%. 1%. That's somehow related to this 100th monkey theory. But if you had 1%, and see, what do you do to facilitate that? Well, we have got to let people have ways of connecting with like-minded people who are committed to this cosmos, this earth cosmos. And frankly, I don't think that's impossible. I don't think it would take that long. I think what it would take, though, is a lot of global networking and a lot of input from people like all of you in the process. So I'm not hopeless about this. Cosmos is a possibility, I am convinced. I don't think the odds are good for us. But that just is a matter of what kind of leadership individuals in their home bases can provide. And so I think at the very least, when we're looking back at all this, we ought to at least be challenging ourselves to be able to say, well, I made my offering. I cast my bread on the waters. Somebody said, I fought the good fight. I kept the faith. That's what you can do. So anyway, thank you for coming and reflecting on this material. More power to you, General Marnie. All right. We've got to stop now. I'll stay around a few moments. Thank you so much for coming and thinking together. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
If you would like to be on our mailing list for books and tapes or program events, please call the Institute at 708-475-4848. You are also welcome to visit our bookstore at the Institute's new location, 1567 Maple Avenue in Evanston.